Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Black as shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into a red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Talk to my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision. Now they see it, they want them to convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing. Then let them watch windows pump gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli. I just want water. Star bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Cap to a motherfucking church. They got my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just owns out the cap, always a lot in the world, and I'm owning it all like construction on this side. I'm taking my time, now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, now the early morning, like an alchemist, I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin call, he almost out. Say he heard prices went back up. Confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones that breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man. This shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we're fucking, and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming them. With the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl. Why that that girl on her phone, G. Never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed. Gotta read the room, yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you is honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way to drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. Seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I'll show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road in Zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my path. But your bitch won't be, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah, don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride away. I see you really love to follow. Trendsetters over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality win at all costs. Snakes in the grass, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is pivotal. Confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I got that grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played, yeah.
Oh man. Welcome to another edition of Okay, Let's Entertain This. We got Quentin in the building, all right? Already having the diversity that we need in order for us to make sure that we are covering all aspects, So we got the diversity and inclusion. We have all things going on here on the Aaron O Show, okay? But welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's been a minute. I've been gone for a few days. I don't know what's going on the internet, and I don't care. Do not tell me anything. When the last time we was live? It's probably been since Tuesday, maybe? I don't know. Either way, we've been chilling. Even though people keep trying to challenge the water game, it's almost sickening, but they keep trying, and it's sad. But we gonna drink more water just for them. You know how some people pray for people? We gonna drink water for people, okay? That's what we gonna do, because we know people are not actually drinking water. We know they're not. Whenever you see somebody with a water bottle who is not historically known for drinking water, it's probably some Kool-Aid in that water bottle. It's probably a little bit of alcohol in that water bottle. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all have been at work. Some of y'all work in corporate America where they drinking something that look clear, but you smell that bottle. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. We see the frauds. We know the real water game, and we see the people impersonating. We also got evidence of you being under the influence and a drunk on the internet. And we have none of that for the water gang, all right? Listen, I am in a phenomenal mood. It's been a crazy week, though, but I'm in a phenomenal mood. I'm ready to get back to work. Cheeky Banter is unavailable. He's out doing what he normally do, which is exploring the world. He'll be back in a few weeks. So AOC will be postponed for a few weeks. Normal process when you have someone that is as wild and outgoing as Cheeky Banter is, and me as a recluse and someone that is secluded to the confinements of my mother's basement. You have different dynamics there. That's why our show works so well. Tom, what up? That's crazy. Quentin on here really talking mess. That's why you ain't got no wrench, Quentin, and you ain't gonna get one either. Quentin, I've seen those cash apps that you be sending. They're very rude, my friend. They're very rude. Okay, very rude. Where are my manners? Thank you to my where are my manners? Quentin trying to throw me off right now. Me and Quentin been homies for a good minute now, and he ain't been here for a minute, so he's trying to make up for lost time. I normally would time you out, but I'm gonna let it slide. All right. My manners are here. Shout out to my brother J. Carver for being the sponsor of the last show. All right. Last show was pretty good. I enjoy myself, or I don't do the show. That's my rules. Enjoy myself or no show. Okay. That's what I say. Now, aside from the crazy week that I've had, that's going to continue on for a little bit of time. So I won't probably have as much time to consistently stream the way I try to, because real life exists, and I'm afraid my mom gonna kick me out the basement. Yeah. My mother said I ordered too much water. She ain't got to carry it anyway. I don't know why she tripping. She said I ordered too much water. All right. That's one issue, and she's saying that all I do is work and go to the basement, work in basement. I don't even say hi much anymore. That's what the complaints are. I'm sorry. You got other kids. You got more kids than me. Go call them and tell them about your stories. Okay. You know how you watch the TV? I'm about to watch my stories. Yeah. That's what you do. Okay. Me, I'm basement gang. Okay. I'm water gang. I don't do all that other stuff. No. You got other kids. Parents, make sure y'all have more than one kid if you're going to be upset with them, because all they want to do is be in the basement, drink water, and go to work. If you're not going to enjoy that about your kids, get another one. If you're not going to enjoy it about your kids, get you another one, okay? Because I already made up my mind. It's work, 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 basement, 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 water, 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 water. That's all you're going to get from me, okay? And probably a bunch of fan mail that one day when I become a super huge human being, right? Not so much on YouTube. Super big, super huge human being, personality-wise. I'm going to go to my P.O. box and it's going to be filled with letters. I don't know what they're going to say, but I know what it's not going to say. Quentin was here. Okay, that's what it's not going to say, all right? Now, I know what y'all thinking. What is on the agenda today? The best thing about me, I got no clue. I have no clue what's on the agenda, okay? What I'll be trying to do is buy time. I'll be trying to buy time till I figure it out. That's all I'll be doing. Drink water. Y'all see me pause, drink some water? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. And after about 7 Mississippis, I think of the next thing to say. I'll be like, 6 Mississippis. Hell yeah, by the way, that's kind of how it works. So when people tell you that they know how to, they be running these shows all professional, I'll be lost. I can't do it like them. I'll be thinking, did my brain freeze? And then I'll be thinking again. So I'm just building, okay? I'm just building. The voice of Venus. Hello, darling. How are you? E, what up? Player one, what's going on? Listen, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. And luckily, I'm in no trouble. Cheeky Banter is not here to save me from trouble. So I'm going to be on my best behavior. I make no promises, though. I make no promises. The only thing you get from me is work, 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 work. Not the Rihanna song. The Basement Gang and Water Gang. That's all you get from me. Anything else you want, you have to visit those other content creators, okay? That's what you're going to get from me. I have what we call the slow build and then prosper, right? So we build up because I'm afraid if I start the show off too intensely, I'm going to get in trouble and I won't be able to get out of it until the end of the show. So I start slow, all right? And I know I got a bunch of lovely people in here, okay? So we going to start with the lovely people. But I got a lot of questions today. Before we even get into the show, this is what I want to ask y'all. A lot of people ask y'all, what's y'all favorite color? I really don't care. All right, my favorite color is gold, black, and when I liked this girl in like 3rd grade, it was green because that was her favorite color. It was like 3rd or 4th grade, I don't remember. Whatever, one of those grades. But gold and black are my favorite colors, okay? We all understand the gold is to hint, to get one of these lovely people to get me a presidential Rolex. I thought about taking a used one, but now I'm a little bougie, okay? I've been hanging out with Lauren Mack, and I'm bougie now. So ain't going to be no used Rolly. It has to be new, like it never touched the earth, okay? Dead stock shoes, I want dead stock Rolex, presidential, okay? And listen, y'all don't tell nobody else they don't deserve nothing, so y'all better not tell me. I deserve whatever's. There's a song called Maybe I Deserve. Okay? I'm not going to sing it because I'm not a singer, but I'm just saying maybe I deserve. Maybe I deserve. Okay? Now, I want to ask y'all this question. I don't like getting on airplanes. We've talked about this, okay? I don't like it. But it seems I'm going to have to make an exception. Yes. Information has essentially come to the desk of me. That means it's come to my awareness. And now I'm possibly going to have to take a trip in the near future, okay? My question for you is, where do you guys want to go on your next trip? Where do you want to travel to? Listen, if you still on the block, I don't want to hear that you want to go to the next city over. I don't want to hear that. Don't tell me, yo, yeah, you know, I'm from Oakland. I'm just trying to go down to San Leandro or something like that, get a real experience because I ain't really left the block. No. When we say travel, we mean at least out the state. That's minimum. You got to at least leave the state. Because I know I'm not going to make fun of nobody. I don't have no car. I understand you might not have a car. So I understand it may be hard for you to lead a block. You know, you might been on the block your whole life. You ain't traveled much outside your city limits. I understand. But when we say travel, all right, because we got a bunch of affluent people in this audience here and a bunch of lies too. When they say travel, they mean out the state. And for the bougie ones, they mean out the country. Now, Uncle Logic is traveling all kind of places and stuff. And, you know, shout out to Uncle Logic. But for y'all, okay, I see Thailand, Bora Bora. You know what? One of my coworkers, she just got back from Bora Bora. Yes, she did. And apparently on Bora Bora, I guess there's like a bunch of islands. I've never been, right? But I guess you fly from like island to island. You have to take one of those like kind of like mini airplanes, and you got to go to a bunch of different islands to get around. Something like that. I don't know. She showed me like a pictures and stuff. Like, you know how the ladies do. Hey, when I travel, oh, look at my pictures. Now, you know me, she's cool. She works really hard. She's pretty cool. She showed me the pictures, and then she showed me the little, I think they call like huts, the little teepee huts over the water, right? So I guess they built this teepee over the water, and you get to sleep over the water. I don't know what it's called, but she showed me something like that. So Bora Bora sounds like a good place to go. Somebody said Thailand. Which part of Thailand? Because some areas are different than other areas. Okay, somebody say Cape Town to see the peaks. The only Cape Town I've heard of is in Africa, and that the flight out there, oh my Lord. Somebody told me it's like 26 hours or something like that. You got to take like 3-4 planes. Absolutely not. I won't be visiting no motherland unless I get a private jet with fuel that can keep us in the air for 30 to 40 hours. I'm not flying 12 hours, then another 7 hours and 6 more hours to get. No, absolutely not. Not going to be me. Not going to be me. You better part the ocean. Part the ocean, okay? Get your little staff, part that Red Sea, and then we walk straight to Africa. That's the only chance. I'm not doing no 20-something hours in the air. You out your mind. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, okay? What's going on, Miss April? How you doing? How you doing? You know, I've been seeing you living it up lately. Keep doing what you do, enjoying your life and your family. I appreciate you for all your support over the years. It means a lot, okay? Now, for the rest of y'all, I'm going to tell y'all where I'm going to travel at. Because I was not going to travel. Y'all know me. I really can't afford it. That's one. I can't afford it. But I think we might have to do this because I think the fellas going to support me on this. I normally just be thinking about when I travel, I just thinking about just women in general because I don't be wasting my time really thinking about guys like that. But when I travel, I'm thinking about, but for this trip, I don't know. They got the girls trip. They got the guys trip. I'm not sure. This might be a meetup trip, right? We might have to do a meetup. I know I don't do meetups. I've done 0, and I have no anticipation of doing any, but this could be an exception. If I ever go to Paris, stay at the West End. How much that's going to cost? I will sleep outside in Paris and get somebody to write me out a sign that match the ones in San Francisco. No, absolutely not. That's too expensive. You ain't about to get me. All right. Now, if any of y'all, this will be good. Let's see how many of y'all actually care about me. If any of y'all can guess where I want to travel to, put where y'all thinking that you ain't got to say the reason why. Just where do you think I'm actually going to travel to? Where do you think I'm thinking about taking a trip to? All I want you to do is put that place in the chat. Okay. That's what I want you to do. Moxie, yes, I'm giving him a moment to think about this because this is gonna be good. My laptop didn't die, but I had to adjust something. Okay. Egypt. Come on, eat a man. Eat a man. Don't get timed out. You know I'm not going there. I'm gonna give y'all a hint. It's gonna require a passport. It's gonna require a passport. Okay. At minimum, it's gonna require a passport. So anybody that knows anything about traveling knows that eliminates a bunch of destinations just knowing that, okay? Come on now. Somebody show they really care about me, okay? Somebody. Just one person. Moxie over there talking about she want to go to Egypt. Moxie, this is about me. Stop being selfish. Dang, but I wouldn't mind. You fly me out to Egypt if you want. Dominican Republic. Now, Moxie, I'm not going to take that personal. Because I think you throwing shots in there. I ain't going to take that person. The Dominican Republic. I know why you said it. But no, it's not the Dominican Republic. Although that probably should be on the list. It probably should. You guys got 30 seconds to get it right. Come on now. Somebody do this. Cuba. Nick, I've been to Greece. And it was okay. I don't have a need to go back to Greece immediately, but I will go back. Let me see, Bora Bora. No, I'm not going to, but she just went to Bora Bora and showed me the little teepee. She told me that stuff already. Yeah. Jamaica. Nope, you almost got me in trouble. Australia, Greenland, London. You know what? None of y'all know me. I'm hurt. I'm a little bit hurt that none of y'all said the right place. Okay, shout out to my brother Sherman Thomas says, meet up at NYC. There you go, trolling. You know that it's almost a 0.000001% chance of me ever going to New York City. Because I said, when I think of traveling, sometimes I think of women. So why would I be thinking about New York City? I'm just saying, stop. That's you. You've been messy. You've been messy, Mr. Thomas. You've been very, very messy right now, hanging out with Eda Man. Ever since Eda Man ran around, ran the bag up, ran up his own show, he been living life. He been acting up. It's all right. He got a hint of that troll life, and he won't let it go, okay? I make an exception for very few women in NYC. And I mean, the list is so minuscule. Miss Doris is on the list. I will go to see Miss Doris. But the list is like this small. You can't even see my fingers apart. That's how small it is. I'm him. Why would I go there and that place might not exist in the next few months? Just saying. All right. Let me see here. All right. The people that actually know me, I appreciate y'all. But I can show you better than I can tell you, okay? Who said Portugal? If I go to Portugal, then y'all gonna force me to have to meet up with the Portuguese gangster himself. And the food there is gonna be so intolerable, okay? He's gonna say, what do Americans like? You like the pizza? I'm like, yeah, pizza is cool. He's like, oh, I have to give you the best pizza ever. We make the best pizza. And I'm expecting something, probably something like Chicago style, New York style pizza. I don't know. And you know what he gonna bring? You know what kind of pizza he's gonna bring to try to prove that they got the best pizza? Do you know what kind of toppings he gonna place on the pizza? Do y'all know? Oh my God. Y'all know what he gonna ruin my experience. It's on my list. All right. Some people that really, really know me, you guys have correctly guessed where one shall possibly be traveling in the future. Okay? Buckle up your seatbelts, okay? Buckle up your seatbelts, all right? We taking a trip, okay? Buckle up.
A wish has been granted. Calling adventurers from across the globe.
Around the world are converging on Saudi Arabia after the discovery of Dragon Balls with wish-granting powers.
To experience an unprecedented, immersive entertainment destination. Here, fantasy and thrills collide. Play a part in the epic sagas coming to Saudi Arabia, in the first city built for play.
Our prayers have finally been answered. They are making a theme park exclusive for the biggest Dragon Ball Z fans across the world. It could get no better. It can get no better. And listen, I'm going to make the best wish ever. I'm going to make the best wish ever, okay? I'm upset the Americans didn't get it done. I'm upset the Americans didn't get it done, but it's okay. It'll be well worth the travel. It will be well worth the travels, my friends, okay? Well worth it, all right? Shout out to Ed Unchained. Shout out to Ed Unchained for becoming a member of the one, the only, the G.
Gang.
Now, Ed, if you want to take a trip, listen, if you're a Dragon Ball Z fan, everybody that wants to meet up, that's where it's going to be at. Just going to tell y'all that now. Because if y'all not going to be watching Dragon Ball Z, forget about it. Forget about it. All right? Now that y'all know where I'm possibly going to be traveling in the future, I got to pick a date where y'all not going to catch me. Because y'all the type of people try to catch me out of bounds. I heard you trying to, and I'm not going on opening day either. Nope, I'm not prideful like that either. I'm not going on opening day. I know one thing about that country is they're very serious about their craftsmanship. And so they're going to put a lot of effort and work into it. So I'm not concerned, right? But I know weird people on the internet will try to follow me there and catch me out of bounds. So I'm not going on opening day. It's not baseball. I'm not going on opening day. No. I'm going to wait, hear how everything goes, and then I will make my ascension there. That's how it will work, okay? That's how it shall work. Now, let us get into the show. Let us get into the show, the slow before the grind, okay? Let us get into the show. Now, we have to start the show off with positive thoughts and interactions, okay? Whenever it comes across my timeline, I grab it, snatch it, and share it with you guys. It's what I do, all right? Let's get into positive interactions, okay? This is a no judgment zone, but feel free to judge, okay?
You want to kiss me, don't you? I ain't gonna mess up it. Come on now. Hey, do that one more time. Run that kiss back one more time. All right, then. We love to see it, man. Like I said, we're here celebrating Black excellence, Black love. It's a pleasure, always a pleasure to have you guys here. On behalf of BT, I speak for everybody here. We say we love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Keep growing and thriving, and we love to grow with you. Absolutely.
Really appreciate that.
I already know. Nah, I already love. Enjoy the show tonight. You already know. That's like, thank you, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. We here for that. Okay, we here for that. We love positive interactions like so. We do. We enjoy them. I like to see stuff like that. I like to see people being happy and enjoying their lives. I really, really do. But I'm also big on accountability. So that does not stop there. Now, y'all know his hair, he got the little braid to the side. That's cool, right? So somebody said that flight 16 hours, 34 minutes. Time, I'm making a one-time exception. Time, don't worry. One-time exception. You know, the crazy thing about it is this. I heard somebody talk. Now, listen, guys. I have a barber, right? Actually, most black men have barbers, and most other people might have, so they might have stylists. I don't know, to cut their hair with scissors and stuff. You ain't gonna cut no black man's hair with no scissors, okay? At least not effectively, right? So I have a barber, right? And I was listening to this guy talking about his barber and how you build relationships and connections and things like that, etc. Right? I heard this. Now I don't know how many of you guys are barbers in the chat, but I know a lot of y'all doing y'all thing, so y'all make a lot of money. I'm wondering if this was your customer here, right here, okay? Yeah, the guy right here with the beanie on. If this was your customer, you tell me what you think about it. All right?
The reason I don't tip my barber, I'll explain why. There's two reasons.
Okay. All right, look, first, just to make sure you understand, he's going to tell you the reasons why he does not tip his barber. 2 reasons. He's going to give you the 2 reasons. He got many reasons, but he's going to give you 2 reasons of why he does not tip his barber. Now, me personally, I think you should always tip your barber, especially if they have children, especially if they have a family that they're taking care of, right? Because in my opinion, I understand the time that goes into it that you have to take away from your family. And especially most barbers are men. You really, really got to understand, as a man, it's hard sometimes being perceived a way that you may not be, right? But 2 reasons why he does not tip his barber. What would be the reason why y'all wouldn't tip your barber? And I'm not talking about those barbers that when you close your eyes, they go on Instagram and then they play with your lip and stuff, and then you be ready to fight. Not those barbers. Absolutely not. Those guys deserve a real hurtings. Okay, so they're not those guys, all right? I'm forever, all right? I will see you next time. Thank you for coming through. But this is the thing. I can't think of no good reasons. But listen to his reasons. I want to know if they're fair for you guys. Because he got 2 reasons. You tell me if you think they're fair. And part of the reason why this is interesting to me is because I have an older brother, right? And he just turned 40, right? And in my opinion, he kind of like this. This is my opinion. I'm not saying he don't tip the barber, but I'm saying he really don't tip the barber. That's all I'm saying. All right, look, I'm gonna play the video. That's all I'm saying.
One, I was with him since he was $35. Okay. So every time he goes up, I don't complain. 2, I got him like literally 10 customers. So that's better than tipping, where like you got him 10 loyal customers that come to him.
Do you remind him?
No, I don't tell him.
He's just mad.
No, he's not mad because I used to tip him 35. I was tipping him $5 every time. Then when he went to 40, I said, "Well, hold on now." Now they argue. I said 40 it is, baby. I ain't tripping. Yeah, that's your tip. That's a tip because say cut.
I'm just wondering, is that a legitimate enough reason? Is that legitimate enough? The same cut, but once he raised prices because of inflation, y'all know how inflation's been destroying relationships, and y'all don't make enough money and all that good stuff. Once he hit that $40 mark, he said, "Hey, that's it. That's your tip now," because he been with him from the beginning. He got him like 12 loyal customers. And let's say they do tip the barber, multiply 12. I would agree. I would much rather have 12 if the possible. This is tough because I'm not a barber. If the process was send me 12 loyal customers and you don't have to tip for the rest of our interactions, right? It probably will be worth it as a businessman, right? All right, so you don't have to tip me nothing after the job is done, but all your homies and stuff, I get 12 new customers and they most likely would tip the barber. That's kind of not unfair, but it's still dangerous territory. it's still dangerous territory to be navigating, in my humble opinion.
$5 extra, safe cut.
How about inflation?
Okay, I feel inflated. I'm also dealing with the same inflation.
I have to say, point is the point. Point is the point. Me personally, I'm tipping my barber. Part of it is because two reasons. When you tip your barber, it is an extra way of saying, man, I really, really appreciate you. You know, it's a little bit of like really acknowledging, you know, the work that they do. Plus, you have better chances to be skipped ahead of somebody. Let's just say you pull up late or you come out the blue. Hey, yo, can you fit me in? I got you. So you leaving the possibilities. Now, I'm never really late, right? So especially when you're dealing with people that are in time-sensitive business, okay? So I make it, one of my things is I'm always trying to be 30 minutes to an hour early to like, if it's meetings, interviews, things like that. I like to be early because one, if I'm going to a place where I don't know where I'm navigating to, I need an extensive amount of time to make sure if I get lost, I can redirect myself. And that's not common. You don't always get lost, but when you're going out of areas that you're not normally in, out of city, state, whatever the case is, and you don't know these areas, you need to give yourself ample amount of time to adjust for that. And plus, when you're not early, you're late. And that's just how some people look at it, right? So I value people's time. But at the same time, sometimes life be lifing. Okay, life be lifing, life be happening, and you might need to sneak in. Hey, yo, I'm a little bit behind. Hit me. And he gonna say, I got you. You know why? Because Christmas came around and you hit him with like a $50 tip. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, he got 2 kids. That's love. I appreciate that. Boom. So it's a lot that goes into it. So I believe wholeheartedly in tipping anybody that's dealing with something that's vital to your persons, meaning your physical out, like the way you look really matters to people. So do you really want to mess with somebody that can affect the way your appearance exists? No, absolutely not. And then secondly, you don't want nobody to play with your food. Now I know the ladies gonna feel that one, but you don't want nobody to play with your food. So you should always be tipping, especially if you're in their establishment, etc. Now I feel differently about pickups and things like that. You just pick up some food, you're not in the diner or whatever the case is. That's different. They got tipping for everything these days, and it's getting out of control. And we briefly covered tipflation. That's what they call it. But it's getting out of hand. They want you to tip them at the fast food restaurants. And I'm not saying those people don't work hard, because I'd argue this. People at fast food restaurants work 10,000 times harder than working at conventional restaurants, right? Not QSRs, but like, let's use like an Applebee's, Sizzlers, a place where when you walk in and you sit and then you become served, right? The stuff that people be saying to people in that drive-thru, and the fact that people be getting mad because you didn't put like no sides in the bag or nothing like that. And the stories that we heard about people really getting rid of you, most of the stories of people going crazy is at a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Jack in the Box, a KFC, a Wendy's, a Popeyes. You never really hear it at the local restaurant. You almost never hear these issues at the local restaurant. Can we be honest? So I do believe there needs to be some understanding, but nah. You're not about to just get tipped because you put my food in the back. So I feel a little different about that, okay? And shout out to my brother Sean Antonio says, I am too a member of the gang. And see, Sean think he's slick. He's trying to join the water gang, but he got some work to put in. You got some work to put in before you can join the water gang, Sean. We working on it though. All right, I see you up and comers trying to figure this out. I see y'all, but y'all got some time to put in. Everybody can't just join the water gang. Everybody can't do it. MIT says, I remember when haircuts was $5. What year was this? What year was haircuts $5? Who was cutting your hair? And if you tell me this was 1941, right after the Great Depression and all that good stuff, and then you was getting fine. You telling me 80s? I don't even remember that. Let me think about this. $5? All right. If your haircut was $5, and that's what this means, you probably didn't have nobody that cut in the neighborhood. $5? Did they do the little Nike sign? You didn't get the Nike sign because they charged for that. So you didn't have the little line with the Nike sign or whatever. You didn't get that. So I don't know about no $5. I don't know about no $5. I have no idea about this $5. I have no idea. Where can you get your hair? The only person I know that got their hair cut for $5, and I'm gonna tell you this, right? This is the only person I know. One of my good friends, he's Chinese. He used to get his hair cut for $5. Now, he got mad when they went up to $10, but that's normal Asian stuff. All right. They are very, very, they can be very, very giving, but they can be very cheap in areas that they don't see that it should cost that much. Or if they believe this should be wholesale prices and all those things. That's the only person I know that gets a haircut for $5. No, not no more. This is a long time ago. You know what? I'm gonna text him right now and ask him how much his haircut costs. Hold on. I gotta know. I really have to know now. Hold on. I'm gonna text him right now. I gotta know. I got to know. If he's still getting his haircut for $5 right now, I swear to God, if he's still getting $5 haircuts, we had this conversation a very long time ago. There's no way he's still getting $5 haircuts. We're going to come back to that. Wow. MIT, we're not going to tell nobody, your age or nothing like that. But $5, dang. Even with the haircuts. All right, so we had a guy in the neighborhood. His name was Sony. I don't know how he got the nickname, but his name was Sony, right? And he had the skills with the barber. Like, he would do all the designs in your hair and all that kind of stuff. Wasn't going to get it for no $5. And this is me getting older and older in the 90s. In the 90s. You might could make an argument for the early 2000s, but this 90s. And them Johns wasn't no $5. So where was you getting $5? You know what? I got to really think about this. You know what? I take that back. I'm in California. Everything is just more expensive out here. Maybe I'm deluded in the way I'm thinking right now. Because if you're in another country, maybe that's what it costs. If you in another country, maybe that's what it costs. Oh, and shout out to Team Fatty. Says, Water Gang, please. He believes he's the Water Gang king. He believes he's captain now. Listen. This is why we never should have gave you Portuguese any internet. This is why we should have never gave y'all no internet. You've been acting up ever since we gave you the internet. You can't have the water. You so far behind in this Water Gang stuff. You so far behind. I done lapped you for 2 years. There's no way you can catch me. Absolutely. The only way you can catch me, and listen, I'm going to help you. You're going to need to get one of them, what are those water jugs, the Alhambra water jugs, the big blue water jugs. This is what you got to do. All right? This is going to help you. What you have to do is go get 2 of those big old jugs, all right, water jugs. And all you have to do is just drink them while you online. Go ahead. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Let me see here. See, yep, nope. It's $25 now. And listen, his haircut is $25 now. $25 now. And guess what? He tips $4. That is so much less than mine. I'm jealous. So $25 now. Mind you, I've known him for a very long time. And he tips $4. In my other life, if I can get away, I'll become an Asian man. $25, $4 tip. That's crazy. That is crazy. And shout out to the Portuguese gangster himself for the 10 memberships to the GB gang. Now, I also remember, shout out to Team Fatty. I also remember that Fatty says he tips his barber $5 or something like that. And he said the guys, like whatever it is, the cost of living is so cheap out there. He says his barber lights up like a Christmas tree for a $5 tip. This is crazy. This is crazy. Fatty, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. You 2 years behind, sir. It ain't gonna work. And we know that that's Kool-Aid in your water bottle. We all know you flew to the Americas. You got the recipe for Kool-Aid because we all know you don't know how to make no Kool-Aid. You got the recipe, and then you flew back to Portugal, and now all of a sudden, you drinking Kool-Aid in your water bottle, claiming that it's water. We ain't falling for it. Y'all ain't got no spring water out there anyway. Shout out to Java says for the gang. Salute to Java. Now, this is just the truth, okay? Hold on here. Let me see here. He says, he says Supercuts offers $20 unlimited haircuts per month. He knows I'm black, so he knows I'm not going to Supercuts. We laugh about this all the time. It's not going to happen. But we do got a Supercuts out here. That's crazy. And shout out to my brother, Peter the Investor, says for the water fund gang. Now, I have to just tell you that I'm embarrassed by this man for not tipping his barber, but his reasons are legit. I'm going to concede that, okay? Now, I also want to talk about this briefly. I've been asking about this Rolex that I ain't got yet. And I know it's some lovely lady in the chat that's going to get me this Rolex. I don't care what y'all say. Judge me if you want. But no matter how much I beg for this Rolex, if I get it one day, it'll all be worth it, okay? Now, here's the thing. How do you feel about people in jewelry? How do you feel about people in jewelry? And I ask you this question because I'm listening to a video and this guy has a strong opinion about jewelry. So I want to elicit y'all's advice on how, if you guys agree with this or if you disagree. Orchid, you better have an opinion on it. Because I have an opinion on this, but I need to share with y'all before I give it to y'all, okay? This is his thoughts on jewelry.
This fake generation is crazy because, my guy that I get my glasses from, I was in there the other day and he was like, yo, somebody came in there and they wanted the lens. They wanted to change the lenses in the Cartiers. And he was like, bro, you know that these are fake Cartiers, right? He's like, these are probably the worst knockoffs I've ever seen. Wow. And he's like, no, I don't care, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just need new lenses. Yeah.
Let me ask y'all this. Would y'all be mad at somebody wearing fake Cartiers? Would y'all be mad if somebody had a fake Rolex? A fake G-Shock? That's crazy. Would y'all be upset at people rocking fake stuff? Especially fake jewelry. And this is not an attack on women because y'all wear a lot of fake jewelry. That's for creative design. Creative design. We get that. But I'm just wondering, is that problematic? I never really thought so intensely about it. Like, man, like I know we make fun of people. about wearing fake stuff. I know we do that, and that's going to be part of another conversation. But yeah, they got fake G-Shocks. That's crazy. But is it a problem if somebody has fake jewelry? Is it a problem for y'all? I don't think it's naturally a problem for me. I kind of see it as smart, but at the same time, I'm not sure. I could be looking at this the wrong way because his thoughts are a little bit more in depth about it.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you gotta be a different type of. If you could wear fake jewelry, I don't trust you. I can't trust somebody with a fake watch.
Yeah.
Or fake glasses. Because if you're gonna just don't wear glasses.
So if my bezel fall off right now, what you gonna do?
Running out. Because that makes me, you know what I'm saying? That makes me look at you crazy because it's like,
why are you faking that?
Shout out to Osha. I heard him say like he used to wear fake diamonds and all of that. Like my thing is don't wear it. Like I don't wear jewelry.
Yeah.
I don't need it. Like you know what I'm saying? I feel like I could shine without jewelry. Like
that's a bar.
If you feel that you need something and then you can't even invest in it real, that says a lot about your character.
Yeah.
This fake generation is really.
Do y'all agree with that? I'm just wondering. Do y'all agree with that? Because I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't necessarily agree with that. But at the same time, the thought process, what has to go through your mind to put some fake stuff on? And then I'm thinking, okay, maybe you like the look of something. Maybe you like how like maybe it's crafted a certain way and you like the way the style is. And so you like, fine, I'm not paying all that because I like the style and you don't believe it actually should cost that much. Are you smart or are you untrustworthy? And so I'm torn back and forth on that right now because I'm like, in my mind, I can't really wear fake jewelry because where we grew up from, that's not, you can't do that. Now, that could be a wrong way of thinking about it, but I don't necessarily pass judgment as far as I don't trust somebody that wears fake jewelry. However, I might need to think about this. Is it something about people who don't like, because remember, this is key. He said, just don't wear it. So like we talk about the Warren Buffetts, the Bill Gates, they don't wear jewelry, they drive Hondas and all that BS stuff, right? And we'll destroy those thoughts. But in general, they just won't wear it. And if they do wear it, I think most of their stuff is legit. They get it given to them. So my question is, fairly, if you guys have an issue, and this should hit y'all heavy enough. If you guys have an issue with people wearing fake jewelry, are you guys also in support of people getting rich from selling you luxury? So, for example, if nobody really cared much of the difference between Louis Vuitton and real and fake, and then these people could never become billionaires off of you, are we creating the so-called monsters that we have a level of disdain for? Because us disliking or being judgmental about someone that wears jewelry that is not official or real helps build the monetary profile of multimillionaires and billionaires. Luxury is, if you go back and look at a quote, I forget if it's the LVMH CEO, but luxury is the one space where you can sell something that for a price that you can just make up the price. Luxury is the one area where you can pretty much make up a price. It's not so much tied specifically to supply and demand, right? It's not so much tied to it because the cost of the good, right? We can pretty much say, okay, it costs this much, X much to make, sell it for this much, fine, reasonable. But luxury, you can say, I want $7,000 for a watch that may have taken you $9 to create. And I'm just saying, are we creating these so-called people that we have this disdain for if we are judging and making their brand stronger by highlighting and going against people and thinking that there's something's wrong with them because they don't believe in that ideology or that perspective of luxury, real, fake. It's literally the same everything. They just don't have the brand, or they can't have the license for it or something like that. So it gets me thinking. It really does get me thinking. And yeah, it really makes me think. I hate to tell y'all, we might be creating the so-called monsters or people that we have this disdain for. We may be creating this. And who are we going to judge if we're creating this? Who are we to judge? Now, I seen this crazy interaction, guys. This interaction right here, I have no idea who these people are, by the way. I have no clue who these people are on the screen right here. I have no clue. I listened to their interaction and it was insane. Like, if you just pay attention to this interaction right here, in a matter of like 30 seconds, the amount of energy in this video, it just speaks volumes. Listen to this interaction, guys.
What made you mention my name in that interview? Just a question.
You said Crawford will beat me.
It's just an opinion.
I don't like it. I hope you respect that part.
I respect it.
I'm not saying Pedraza's gonna beat you.
Nah, I ain't say that. Because you know that's not gonna happen.
Maybe it can.
Everybody can when you step in that ring.
Just don't bite the bullet.
Hey, Tio, I never disrespected you, right? I took that as disrespect what you said.
You did?
For sure. They ain't even mention my name when you brought it up.
You know, a lot of times they mix my words up.
I seen the video.
You did?
I seen it.
Well, I didn't mean to disrespect you, brother. Good business. Wish you nothing but the best.
What made you?
I have to tell y'all, watching this video, the men will understand this best. The rocking back and forth, if you see, like, I'm going to play it in the background, but I'm going to turn the audio off so you guys can hear me, right? You see the guy in the chair, right? You see him rocking back and forth. Men know that that's an indicator of trying to control aggression, right? And any guy knows if you're having a conversation with somebody around disrespect or something like that, and you see constant body moving back and forth, most men know that's an indicator of aggression, trying to be restrained, right? Like he trying to, but it looked like he won't do something, but he trying to control himself because you can see he's really, really upset, but he's trying to do it in a controlled manner. But at any point during this conversation, it can go 100% the opposite way. Guys will see that. The other guy is amazingly calm to be in that close proximity of somebody that he can feel that level of aggression from, right? So I thought this was a pretty dope interaction so that people, women in particular, can really understand that this men see this moment and y'all might just be like, but men see this moment could have went 100% a different way. That back and forth leaning made me nervous. I'm like, well, why you keep shaking? Like in my mind, I'm like, you keep shaking like that. I'm gonna have to readjust my positioning because I'm not really on what he on right now, but now I have to get there now because it may be that. But you can see how the other guy like, but you're not about to move me though. He like, I'm good. He keeping his eye on him. He not taking his eye off of him. You know what I mean? He's still watching him in his peripherals. He like, I see you. We gonna talk about this. And he said, like, I don't mean no disrespect. It's not like that. And you can see, all right, bet, all right, cool, we good now. And just that fast, the energy dropped. And just that fast, respect, bro. No disrespect. Just that fast, the energy dropped back in the room temperature. But before he said that, I thought it could have went down right there. But they doing it in such a calm manner. This is some of the ways that men can see. You're looking at, I believe they're boxers, right? Or UFC, whatever, right? Does that say MGM? So I think they're probably boxers, right? You're looking at two men that are probably very talented at their sport, that believe wholeheartedly in their abilities. So they have a level of calm and peace in their demeanor because they know what they're capable of. But most guys on a day-to-day base, they don't know what this guy is capable of. They know what they might could do, but they still don't know. These guys have a level of understanding, but they still don't care. They still men. So it was just a really interesting interaction amongst the two for me to be watching. I'm like, dang, you making me nervous with all that shaking back and forth. I'll be like, because you got to be conscious of that in real life. Don't be shaking around nobody else when you having a serious conversation with them. Yeah, I'm saying, though, I wasn't really feeling how you said that. You know what I mean? Just you might call something just by your body language. And this is why we say body language can be very, very important. We can say body language can be very, very important, okay? Whew. But that interaction was crazy to me. I'm just telling y'all that. That was one crazy interaction for me, guys. Now, to the nurses. Nurses, how many nurses do we got in the chat? Okay? They told me the nurses in trouble. They told me that the nurses are in trouble. They're telling me nurses, calling all nurses, y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble. That's what they say.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Rachel, your AI care manager. How are you doing after your appendectomy?
You know, I'm good. I'm glad to be home with my dog, Dennis.
It's great to hear that you're back home with Dennis. I noticed that Dr. Chang has prescribed you some antibiotics, specifically ciprofloxacin and metronidazole, due to your ruptured appendix. Were you able to get these medications?
I was. I did forget to mention to the doctor that I am allergic to penicillin. Is it still okay to take the medications?
Great question. The antibiotics you've been prescribed, ciprofloxacin and metronidazole, don't contain penicillin. So it's perfectly safe for you to take them. Can you begin taking them today?
Yeah, I certainly can.
NVIDIA, they're working on AI-powered agents to replace nurses in hospitals for $9 an hour. $9 an hour, my friends. $9 an hour. Nurses, how much y'all make an hour? Nurses, how much do y'all make an hour? I'm just asking. I hope it's not over $9, or y'all gonna be in trouble. Y'all gonna be in trouble. I talked to Cheeky last week. I showed him the video. Of the robot going in the bathroom, opening the door, lifting the toilet seat up. I told Cheeky he was in trouble. I said, Cheeky, you in trouble, bro. Janitors is in trouble. Nurses, y'all, ain't nobody safe. Crypto analyst says, in Canada, we are desperate of healthcare professionals. There's yeah, of course. Sure. But the thing about the future is you must project. You must project. See, the thing is, a lot of y'all be nurses. Y'all be 30 years old, probably 40, and y'all probably think y'all going to work another 20, 25 years. I'm not saying y'all not. I'm not saying y'all not. But your inability, and this is why I tell people all the time, I embrace getting older, because the embracing of it allows me to think about dealing with the future. Yeah, man, I'm getting older, man. This is good, man. 30 years from now, I need to be moving like this. Embracing of it. Because when you reject things, it's hard to prepare for things you don't want to exist. Now, I'm not here to scare y'all. Just ain't me. We just talking about the conversation. But Nikki is going off, says you can't replace best. Well, let me tell you this, Nikki. You can definitely adjust the amount of people that are doing it. If you have 100 nurses, and even if you were to put 20 robots to somewhat support those 80 nurses instead of 100, that's still problematic over time, because we pay people a lot of money to minimize costs. So if we just got rid of 100 nurses, put 20 robots in, but we still need the 80 other nurses right now, how do we get to 79? How do you get to 79 nurses? All right, we got 80. We need them. These robots help eliminate the 100, so we got 80. How do we get down to 79? How do we get to 78? How does that work? If you don't think they pay people like that to figure that out, now, this might not be a problem for you, Nikki. You good. You might got to figure it out. You might be smart enough to prepare for the things that you can't see. But nobody is safe in anything that you do. Nobody is safe. Almost any industry can be disrupted. Almost any industry can disappear. The thought that you cannot is why people are paying R&D billions and billions of dollars every year. This is why, so that they don't fall off. So I'm just telling y'all, just be thinking of it. And then also you got to think about, if you're in nursing, think about the burnout rate that exists, because a lot of y'all don't think about that. The burnout rate that exists, right? Have a strategy in everything you do. Have a strategy in everything you do, or at least accept the possible consequences that will come from it. I will say that. Accept the possible consequences that will come from it. Stay away from these boxes. Now, I thought about being a nurse. They told me the nurses be living it up. So I thought about it. Now, let's talk about this hypothetical real quick. Shout out to Ed on Chase, says the AI nurse is more nurturing anyway. Yeah. I will say this. The AI nurse might not give you no attitude, or they might not put nothing crazy in your foot. Hey, listen, the liability is different, but I will say this. Humans have the ability to give a certain emotion and energy that I don't think that they can be replaced for that. But at the same time, I ain't going to be a fool. Nikki said we pay. Nikki, where you live? Because I can pull up video after video of nurses literally crying. We're barely surviving. We ain't making it up. I believe Nikki is doing just fine. But a lot of these nurses are saying they're struggling. The other lady, I forgot who played her. I don't know if she was in Canada or wherever she was. She was like, we barely got enough money left over. And she's a nurse. So I'm just telling y'all, be prepared. And make sure you tip your barber, okay? Now, luckily, I don't have to get into that. Oh, yeah, that's a really good video. Oh, yeah, that video is going to get me in trouble. But you know what? Why not? We all like trouble. I want to show you this man right here, all right? Because this man comes from the city by the bay, okay? This man comes from the city by the bay, all right? He's a city by the bay, okay? Stories from a stranger.
Who was your greatest love, and why did you fall in love with them?
I'm not gonna say her name because it'll embarrass her. I'm single, and there's a reason for that.
What happened to you two? No one asked.
She wasn't interested. It's just that simple.
How long had you two gone out?
We didn't.
Oh, did you
Just
ever,
close friends.
Did you ever tell her?
Yeah. It is possibly the single most awkward experience in my entire life. It's just, squirmy, awkward. Oh my God, I'll do anything to get this to end. This moment right now. If I could end the world right now, I would do it. That's how that felt. I was acting weird from time to time, and I just felt like I needed to be honest with her.
Did you feel better after you were honest?
Oh, hell no. To this day, I probably should have just kept it to myself. I mean, our relationship's never really quite recovered from it. We're still close friends, but it's not the same.
How were you able to get over it?
I didn't. I'm 50 years old and single, and that's on me. That's not on her. That's not on anyone else. A huge part of me regrets that I ever met her. Then the instant after that, I have huge regrets that I ever had that regret.
What's your name?
Keith.
The reason why that's like an interesting story is that he's so brutally honest. He has a level of self-awareness. And he said the greatest love of his life is a girl he was never even in a relationship with. And let me just tell y'all the truth. Let me tell y'all why this is kind of the truth. All right, we got to do it. I read the comment section, right? And even if you notice, he actually said she would be disgusted, basically. Watch it one more time so you guys can see the body language.
Hunter.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you, Keith. Who was your greatest love, and why did you fall in love with them?
I'm not going to say her name because it'll embarrass her. I'm single, and there's a reason for that.
What happened to you?
So first thing he said is he's not going to say her name. Easy money. I'm not here to make no argument that all the nurses are going to get replaced. They perfectly candid with you. Don't affect me at all. I'm not a nurse. But to act like disruption doesn't come in every single industry, and that even if all the nurses are not displaced, it only need to be you. It only need to be your auntie, your cousins, etc., of them being displaced. So technology disrupts. That's what it does. I mean, you can sit there and battle and think that that's something that's not going to happen to people, but it's your choice. Your choice. I'm just saying that's what they discussing, sir. All right. Now back to this man. He said the greatest love, he ain't gonna even mention her name because it would embarrass her. It would embarrass her. That bothers me a little bit, but it's his story to tell. But he said it would embarrass her.
No one asked.
Look at that. He said, why? He looked at himself. This is why this is important, guys. He looked at himself, looked at his body, and said, come on now. I know why. I'm going to play it again, and y'all can watch it in full sequence.
Who was your greatest love, and why did you fall in love with them?
I'm not going to say her name because it'll embarrass her. I'm single, and there's a reason for that.
What happened to you two? No one asked.
She wasn't interested. It's just that simple.
How long had you two gone out?
We didn't.
Oh, did you
Just
ever,
close friends.
Did you ever tell her?
Yeah. It is possible.
We started out as close friends.
Probably the single most awkward experience in my entire life. It's just, squirmy, awkward. Oh my God, I'll do anything to get this to end. This moment right now. If I could end the world right now, I would do it. That's how that felt. I was acting weird.
You hear what he said? This is key. The feeling that he felt, and this is why this is important. The feeling that he felt, if the world could end right now, I would just do it. Now, there was another video that I saw that I'm not going to play because I think it's too dramatic. But essentially, there was this man and his girlfriend broke up with him. Because she broke up with him, there was a window, and let's just say he decided the window was very high up. She broke up with him. He exited through the window. That's just what I'll say about that. So hearing this man say, if the world could end right there, the way I was feeling squirming all this time, if the world could stop right there, I would stop it, basically. If you listen to what somebody says, it's not about delusion or not delusion, right or wrong, because he's actually not delusional. If you listen to him, he's acknowledging, he's aware. He's not even blaming her. He's so aware that he's ashamed to a certain degree that he even has to acknowledge it, right? See, I don't think he got over it. But which guy? Not the guy out the window ain't getting over nothing no more at all, right? But this guy, he's not over it, but he's aware. The part that's sad, though, and we'll get into it, besides him saying if the world could end, the reason why you need to understand the importance of that is because there are rates in which men are disappearing, alarming rates. And a lot of guys will tell you, we really, really love when we love, like our hearts and all this type of thing. They get heartbroken, and a lot of those guys are written off. You guys think because y'all experience of a guy who does not do that, y'all think that's abnormal to a certain degree. And a lot of guys are telling you, yo, these guys are over a woman, they leaving. They disappearing. That's what they telling y'all.
From time to time, and I just felt like I needed to be honest with her.
Did you feel better after you're honest?
Oh, hell no.
Right there. He said it was getting weirder and weird being around her, and I just had to be honest with her. So I had to tell her that I was feeling her, basically. And the guy interviewing him says, after you told her, did you feel better? And he said, no. After he told her the truth, right, that he really, really he don't really want to, he didn't feel better. He didn't feel better.
Hell no. To this day, I probably should have just kept it to myself. I mean,
do you hear that, CC? To this day, I probably should have just kept that to myself. Man,
our relationship's never really quite recovered from it. We're still close friends, but it's not the same.
How were you able to get over it?
I didn't. I'm 50 years old and single, and that's on me. That's not.
So he never got over it. He never, ever got over it. He's still dealing with it. Here's the thing, CC. I know he's awkward. He knows he's awkward. He is fully aware of it. Look at his body language. Look at him acknowledging why she wouldn't like him. Fine. I'm totally fine with that. But I hate to tell y'all, when I read the comments, let's read what the man with the blue check mark said, right? Get to the gym, man. Clean up the beard. Do self-improvement for 1 or 3 years. Your options will open up a ton, man. Best of luck to you, homie. Seems like a good guy with a commendable character, but women care about other stuff too. Part of the problem be, of course, everybody said go to the gym. Everybody said go to the gym. What makes him awkward? People that are not awkward, that are charismatic, can clearly tell someone that has awkwardness in them. And not only can you tell, he's acknowledging it in the conversation. It's not even just his physical looks. because there's an advantage for women being in friendships with people like him. You need a tire change, like she's not 100% unaware that he probably likes her. It's just until you actually say that he likes you or he tells you, you look crazy jumping off the plane saying that he does. You don't know that, but some of y'all do. Now, I'm just saying reasonably, go to the gym. Of course, a man said that. Of course, a woman in my chat will say that too. But do most women tell other women that, oh, this is guy I really, really like? Go to the gym, girl. Get in shape. Because in my experience, and you guys tell me, usually what you hear is, that's his loss, girl. If he don't like you, he don't know what he missing. That's his loss. Are women really telling other women to get in the gym to appeal to a man? Are they really telling you that? I don't, because you know why? Women tell me all the time, for the most part, this is what they tell me. They don't like women because they catty. They be secretly competing, all this type of stuff. But if you tell the truth with other women, y'all really don't be friends that long. Just being honest. A lot of women that are more honest have more male friends than they have female friends. It's not going to be everybody's experience, but a lot of women that are just honest people to a fault, they get along better with men. They get along better with men. Women don't typically like that honesty with women because they think it comes from a certain place. I can't explain it better than a woman can. I cannot. But most women is usually telling you, hey, it's his loss. You know what? You deserve better than him. If he can't see you for who you are, he just don't know what he missed and yada, yada. They don't typically tell her, you need to go to the gym. But men will waste no time telling another man, get in the gym, bro. Get you some money. Like all of the things to better compete for her or to gain her affection or attention. Listen, that's what men will say. I don't believe women in general get that experience. I know a lot of women naturally want to defend women. So they'll say, yes, we do. We tell each other, girl, you look fat. And that is a rare experience for most women. Most of y'all friends are not telling y'all that. If y'all were to be honest, y'all allocate y'all friends a certain way. Y'all have the honest friend. Y'all have the friend that is overly supportive. Y'all allocate them a certain way. So I'm just saying, I'll let you guys decide to tell the truth or not. It's your choice, okay? And shout out to my brother Antonio said, for the water fund. I told you, Team Fatty, you don't have no water gang. You have no water gang, okay? I know you want one, but you ain't gonna get one, okay? Shout out to HQ says, not so self-aware that he didn't read the room before he told her. All that awkwardness he brought on himself, this happens all the time. It's called unrequited love. I don't know what unrequited love like mine for Denzel. Oh, my God. What? You in love with Denzel Washington? I knew it. Good thing JJ ain't here because he used these words that I ain't never seen before. I didn't know you was in love with Denzel. Yeah, you can't have him. You cannot have him because his wife will hurt you. His wife will hurt you. Okay, HQ, you the homie. I'ma hold you down. You know what I mean? But that's Denzel. You know about his wife. Look here. They won't let you on YouTube no more. The ladies in the chat will go crazy on you, by the way. Try to take Denzel from his lovely wife. Now don't get yourself in trouble. And be a little bit considerate, okay, HQ? I know you have to be this aggressive, alternate, male, aggressive version in the female to be like uncaring of his experience, which is totally fine, but he's not delusional. Now, you said he cannot read the room. It's not that he cannot read the room, right? Is that he could not be honest. He's like, I have to tell the truth. I have to say it. It has nothing to do with reading the room. It's who he is. I have to say it. A lot of y'all can just be in people's faces that be lying, lie all the time, and it does not bother you that much. But for him, he had to tell her, I like you and I want you. He had to tell her. Now, do I think that was the smartest thing in the world to do? No. Just like he acknowledged, but it's who he is. I'm not going to punish him for that. And he's dealing with it. He's dealing with it. So we're not going to stump all over him over that, okay, HQ? We're not going to do that. I'm looking for my video, right? Because see, y'all think he's weird, right? I think he likes video games. I like video games. I don't play that much no more, but I still like them. Let me ask y'all this before we even get to the next video, right? I think I might have missed my brother Shadow Dragon TV. Shout out to Shadow Dragon TV, gifted another membership to the G. Gang. Shadow Dragon, I appreciate you, bro. I'm trying to think of y'all better be nice to this guy, gang. He said he know he 50, he alone, gang. He dealing with his issues, okay? This is my question. Okay. I want to ask y'all this, because we always talk about peace, etc., right? Peace, etc., turning your brain off. I've heard conversations. Y'all know me. I do a lot of research on this stuff. I listen to a lot of people and try to be extremely understanding, right? I've heard women say, and I'm not saying this is you, but I've heard women say they want to be with a man that's so in charge, so much of a man that they can just turn their brain off and just not worry. They don't actually mean turn their brain off, but the thought of it is, I don't need to worry. The word for conversation is soft girl life, right? Or something like that. The thing is, there's a level of peace that comes with looking at somebody that handle all those problems and you ain't never got to think about it. Women need a place of peace. Men need a place of peace. They do not have to be, they don't have to be within each other, right? So for example, I don't have to go to a woman and be like, yo, give me some peace, right? I create my own peace, right? What I don't do is let you destroy my peace. See, I'm not coming to no woman saying, hey, be peaceful, like bring me peace. That's not the goal. I create my own peace and I don't let you disrupt it. I don't let you destroy it, okay? Some people call it a man cave. Hey, I'm in my man cave for the next hour or two. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. I got to be at work in a couple hours. I'm turning my phone off. I'm not answering no meetings, no nothing. I deal with it when I get back, right? Women, I don't know your place of peace. It could be dropping your kids off at your mama house so you could just breathe for a little bit. And that's not a knock, by the way, because I understand everybody needs some time where they can relax. I'm just wondering. Guys, we have the man cave. That's what they call it. I don't exactly know what it is for women, right? I don't want to say it's the nail shop where they go in there and act. I'm trying to think of a place where women can go for their me time. And I don't know exactly what it is. It could be different for a bunch of women, right? Either way, it's her choice, right? Ladies, you're here. If you could give me a place where you go for your peace time or me time where it allows you to segregate or separate yourself from others or people, and it's just about you and not necessarily worrying about anything else, where you can focus. How do you guys, without drinking coffee, how do you etch out that level of focus? That's what I'm trying to get to. Callie Bev, don't start. Me and you've been doing really, really well today, okay? You ain't been causing no trouble. Don't you start. I'm just wondering. It doesn't have to be in the house, by the way. If you have to exit it, like I don't want to say yoga class, but I'm just trying to think of spaces where women go that allows them some peaceful time. I don't know. I like Nikki. Nikki, shout out to Nikki. She's been holding us down a long time. She said, my home where everything is paid. Shout out to Nikki. She is wild. Okay, fair enough. Shopping, I don't see Angela, shopping, I don't believe that that's actual peace. I actually believe that's therapy. It's part of my thesis on retail investments anyway, right? Why you make an investment in retail is because shopping is therapy. It's not necessarily peace. But I'm open to the idea that I could be off on that, right? I'm just wondering, where do women go for their where do they go for that? The gym, that could be one easy money. That might be a spot for women. That might be a spot for y'all. I have to figure this out. I'm gonna have to get one of these ladies to clarify this for me a little bit. Because y'all ladies, y'all either say y'all don't know how to create your own peace, or y'all don't have a place for it. That's what y'all telling me right now. Y'all either telling me, because look, we got the man cave, and I know what goes into that, you know, and I'll expound on that in a moment, right? But for the ladies, y'all not doing a good job. It should be an easy answer. And what y'all telling me is that y'all life is so chaotic that you're always thinking about everybody else, that y'all don't know how to create a peaceful time for y'all. And obviously, nobody gets to shut the world off. Let me just tell y'all that. Without consequence. I can actually sit in a corner for 3 hours, turn my phone off, lock all doors, lock myself in a confined space, and nobody can bother me for 3 hours. There is a consequence to that, by the way. But what I'm saying is, so ladies, I understand that you can't never really turn life off, right? I get that. But there's an attempt to where you just shutting things down around you. Don't bother me. Don't call me for this. Leave me alone. Somebody else fix it. I don't want to do it. There's a level where for this hour, I don't want to hear nothing. That doesn't mean that life stopped. It means we stop contributing to everybody else's life in this moment, right? And the reason I'm reaching is to try to understand men have a man cave, but unfortunately, sometimes the man cave can get raided, right? We all know this. We all know the man cave can get raided. So I'm just trying to figure out for the ladies, where is that space? Where do y'all go? Shout out to HQ says, our place is not a physical place. It is a state of less worry. No worry of bills, no worry of home or cheating, etc. Where's that at? Where's that at? See, because here's the problem with that. Well, I'm just going to challenge that a little bit to make sure I understand. You don't get to not worry about bills, no matter who you are. I understand the way you're trying to create that. The cheating part is still being contingent upon somebody else. My peace don't come from me worried about if a girl cheating or not. After my 2 hours of my peace time, she might be cheating. But for those 2 hours, I don't care. I ain't even thinking about it right now. I'm just tripping. I'm turning off everybody. Y'all don't, what you're saying is ultimately y'all haven't crafted that space, but you're saying it's mental. I don't know how you get to that mental space. A lot of it is being single. I agree with that. Even if a man ain't cheated on you, just the thought of it is problemsome for y'all. I get that part, right? Y'all got to figure this out, ladies. This is actually almost very disappointing. Now, let me ask you this. If you are able to get to this space, right? If you are able to get to this space, this peaceful space, do you protect it? HQ, do you protect that space? When you are able to not have to worry about nobody cheating, not worry about bills, do you protect that space? That's what I'm interested in. Because if you're single, you got to pay bills. You stay at daddy's house. But if you're single, you got to pay bills. You really don't want to stay with your mom because women around each other, it's only one queen in the home. Y'all can argue about that all you want. How do you protect that? I really want you to think about that. How do you protect that?
My husband stays up late at night and wakes up early to go to work. So when he gets home at 5, he naps for 2 hours to account for lack of sleep and provides him the alertness to stay up late to play video games.
Now, this woman's husband works a lot. When he gets home, he takes a 2-hour nap, a power nap to recharge so that it allows him to be alert to play the video games that he likes. A lot of people confuse what video games actually are for a level of laziness. It's not. Most men play video games for a level of peace, a level of comfort, right? That's where they go in peaceful times. Chad Ocho Cinco said when he went through a breakup, man, he was gaming all day. I was gaming, bro. I wasn't even worried about that. Because in my world of gaming, bro, that's just where it's at. A lot of guys go to gaming the same way women go to actually, this might be a good example for you. It's not identical because nothing ever is. The same way women go to purity. I shouldn't say purity. That's not true. The same way women go to what is that thing y'all do? When y'all don't want to have when y'all don't want to be with a man for a little while, what's that thing y'all do? When y'all like, I'm not being with no guy unless he's my husband. What's that thing that y'all do? What is it called? Let me look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up. There it is. There it is. Celibacy, right? See, men, gaming to us is like celibacy to y'all or abstinence after y'all probably didn't had y'all feelings hurt before. That's how gaming work for men. That's our space. It's not identical because we're men and we require something different. But that's kind of like how we go to gaming. Y'all go to, I don't want to talk to men's no more. That's what y'all do, right? And that's how y'all find y'all level of, I've been finding my real self and I'm at peace and all those things. That's what y'all do. We go to gaming. Not all, because everybody can do it for different reasons. We go to gaming. It's for some of y'all to understand. So this woman, he goes to gaming for his peace. That's what he do. I ain't gonna knock nobody for their peace. I'm not gonna knock nobody for wanting to protect it, but that's what they do. Rock, what up? That's what they do.
My husband stays up late at night and wakes up early to go to work. So when he gets home at 5, he naps for 2 hours to account for.
I just realized she's wearing a pineapple, like a little whatever else, like a pineapple thing. I just realized that.
Lack of sleep and provides him the alertness to stay up late to play video games. Has one rule in the house that he enforces strictly, which is to not be interrupted. He even put up a sign on the bedroom door saying, "Do not wake me up under any circumstances unless someone's hurt or dead." My 3-year-old son had hot oil spill on his hand while his 14-year-old sister was cooking. I heard him scream and saw that the oil was covering his hand and half of his arm. I brought the first aid kit, but he was in so much pain and had burn wounds. I rushed to wake up my husband by knocking and trying to get in, but the door was locked. My neighbor took us to the hospital and I was livid the entire time. We got home and my husband was pacing around, asking us where we went and why I wasn't responding to his texts. I blew up on him and showed our son's injury, explaining that I pounded on the door to wake him up. He defended that his earbuds were in and he didn't hear a thing. I called him reckless and neglectful for ignoring a family emergency. I stopped arguing and went to remove the bedroom door lock. He started yelling at me, saying I had no right, calling me bossy, and alleging that by removing the lock, I have destroyed his peace and quiet, causing him sleep deprivation. I didn't respond and walked away to calm down. He insisted I put it back, but I refused. I could be wrong for what I've done, but I was frustrated and mad. Am I the a-hole?
What are your thoughts? Is she the a-hole? Is she? I will converse with some of you degenerates if you like, because I know that it can cause different perspectives. This is a really interesting scenario. This is I'm going to play it again to people that are just tuning in. They can catch up on it. Let's play it one more time. One more again.
My husband stays up late at night and wakes up early to go to work. So when he gets home at 5, he naps for 2 hours to account for lack of sleep and provides him the alertness to stay up late to play video games. He has one rule in the house that he enforces strictly, which is to not be interrupted. He even put up a sign on the bedroom door saying, "Do not wake me up," under any circumstances unless someone's hurt or dead. My 3-year-old son had hot oil spill on his hand while his 14-year-old sister was cooking. I heard him scream and saw that the oil was covering his hand and half of his arm. I brought the first aid kit, but he was in so much pain and had burn wounds. I rushed to wake up my husband by knocking and trying to get in, but the door was locked. My neighbor took us to the hospital and I was livid the entire time. We got home and my husband was pacing around, asking us where we went and why I wasn't responding to his texts. I blew up on him and showed our son's injury, explaining that I pounded on the door to wake him up. He defended that his earbuds were in and he didn't hear a thing. I called him reckless and neglectful for ignoring a family emergency. I stopped arguing and went to remove the bedroom door lock. He started yelling at me, saying I had no right, calling me bossy, and alleging that by removing the lock, I have destroyed his peace and quiet, causing him sleep deprivation. I didn't respond and walked away to calm down. He insisted I put it back, but I refused. I could be wrong for what I've done, but I was frustrated and mad. Am I the a-hole?
You're not going to like this. But we're going to have a conversation about it because I have a back and forth perspective on this. My job is to think a lot and not say what people want to hear, right? We all know what the right answer is. I don't really care about that. I'm so torn on this, guys. And I know a lot of y'all think it's a simple answer, right? Because it is for y'all. So let me tell you what my thoughts are. One, I think she's wrong. I think she shouldn't take his lock away. I think if he has problems sleeping and he's found a method to combat sleep deprivation, he's probably been dealing with it with his whole life, and it can be problemsome for people. If this is the method that he uses, and I know what y'all was thinking, he was in the room playing video games. He wasn't. He was asleep, right? He just likes to play games from time to time. So a lot of y'all don't try to run with that. This is really how my brain works, right? And you guys not going to like it. I think she's 100% wrong for a multitude of different reasons. One, there's a lot that's said in this small clip, by the way. There's a lot that's said, right? I don't think this is new, CC. I think this is who he is. There's not no secret, and he's been like this for a long time. I mean, she ain't just make it up. So she should give him his lock back, right? Timeout. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what for whatever reason he chose. If that's one of the ways he combats sleep deprivation, so be it. You don't have a right to stop him from that. Because if there was things that you have issues with, and by the way, I don't even want to get too deep into the process, but you know, being sleep deprived can cause health issues to up to an outcome that is not desirable that we all can acknowledge, right? So he's asleep. He's in his room sleep. He's not playing a video game, so don't confuse the two. He might later leave his room to play a video game, but in that moment, he just sleeps there. That's what that room is for, sleep, okay? So don't look at it like he hides in there to play video games. It's not the case. Before that sleep, he's out, right? And look, by the way, some people sleep heavily, right? Sleep apnea, things like that. I have a friend that battles with that. And I also think that's really hard for families, for women and children to sleep when all that snoring is going on. If snoring is actually a big problem, you guys need to be proactive. I've seen people get the mouthpiece thing that opens up their nostrils so they can breathe better. Obviously, there's a health proponent. There's a health part of that as well. So you definitely want to work on that. But it's a problem. And I also think you should have separate rooms if this person snores too much and you can't sleep. It's my opinion. Sleep somewhere else. That's a lot of reasons. But I think she's wrong for taking his lock away. I think that in this moment, and ladies, I understand there's nothing he can do in that moment, right? The damage has been done. The problem then becomes this, right? This is the way I'm thinking about it. She's frustrated because she had to go to her neighbor to get her neighbor to drive her to the hospital, right? Now, as Chris Rock would say, just put some tussin on it. Just put some tussin on it. You be all right, right? So that part I get. But if the man requires 2 hours of silent time for sleep, whether he's on premise or not is where the argument is. Because let's just say he slept somewhere else. He sleeps like, let's just say there's a spot at work. There's a spot at work, right? I want y'all to think. And once he gets off of work, he sleeps 2 hours before he drives home. Let's just say his work is 30 minutes away. Because anything above 45 minutes, depression starts to seep in, right? That's what the studies say. Let's say he works 30 minutes away. After work is done, he sleeps in a place that is allows him to sleep. Nobody else is there. This same situation happened. He's not there. Are you still mad at him? Are you still frustrated with him that you couldn't bang on the door because he was asleep somewhere else? A lot of thought processes run through my head. You wouldn't be able to be mad at her. So when you think about it like that, like expound the thought process. Don't just say he should open that door. He shouldn't have no lock. Something could happen to his kids. Really, really think about this. Okay. Really. Is that either? All right. So that's problem number one. Two, he's not a doctor. I tell people all the time, I'm not a doctor. If you want my moral support, I get it. But I physically can't change your life. I'm not a doctor. So the wound, all this, I'm not putting no bandage on his hand. We were going to the doctor either way. I'm not a doctor. You run into my room was not the solution. Now, maybe you want me to drive the car. Okay, I get the argument for that. But being mad because he didn't drive you there and the neighbor did, I can kind of see that. But if he wasn't at home, would you still be upset? Or you are just upset because his physical body was there and he wasn't accommodating for what you want to experience at that moment? You see what I'm saying? Either Man Williams, welcome to the show, brother. Good to see you. I think there's a lot in this conversation about what transpired. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this woman was neglecting her child because he was the unconscious parent sleeping at the time, and she was the conscious parent. She was the one who's supposed to have been watching the child, and the child got injured on the time that she's supposed to have been watching the child. And now she want to be upset with this man and take his locks, because it would be different if this man didn't properly communicate what the plan is. She started this whole dialogue by explaining that he was very transparent on what their sleeping schedule, what it was. He go to work, and after he get off from work, he need 2 hours to be able to rest or to do whatever he need to do, right? He have communicated the plan to her. So within those 2 hours, you know what is her responsibility? Her responsibility is to watch them kids. Her job is supposed to be able to watch those kids for those 2 hours. While she's supposed to have been watching those kids while he was taking a nap, the kid was one kid, 14-year-old, was playing with grease cooking, and guess what? The child get burned. So she was neglecting to watch the kid, and then the other child get burned. Now let's deal with the whole door situation, right? She go and knock on the door in a time that she know that he's supposed to be asleep. Whatever reason, I don't even think she knocked that hard. But if she did knock hard, that means that he have a really problem with sleep. Because that means he's not a light sleeper. That means he sleeps very, very hard. And if she's beating on a door, this man is out cold to the point where he cannot even hear her. She failed her duty as a mother. And what I see these people in the chat is going to try to blame it on the father after he done gave her an effective plan. And the real question is this right here. He didn't have the car keys. Why she couldn't drive herself? Why is this grown woman not have the ability to drive herself to the hospital? So y'all can say whatever y'all want to say about this man, and y'all can call everything bad about her, but she neglected her kids while she was watching her kids, and most women won't even hold her accountable for it.
Now, do you find any fault in, because he was mad at her for not responding to messages. Now, I have two thoughts for this. One, I think she was being a little, what's the right word for that? What's that thing that people do? Not nitpicky, but what's that thing that people do? I can't think of the word right now.
Petty?
Yeah, maybe petty is the right word, right? Okay. So I think she was being a little petty because she probably saw the messages and didn't want to respond because she was mad that he wasn't available to drive her to the hospital. You think that's like, you agree? That's probably
I think that's 100% what it is. I think he eventually woke up after his 2-hour sleep. He said, hey, and I believe he go out there and interact with the kid, because if he don't go out there and interact with the kids, he went straight to video games. He wouldn't have never knew nothing happened to the family. I think he woke up from his nap. He was going to interact with his family, and he realized people was gone. And he started.
Yeah. I think the problem that I'm hearing in the chat, they think he's a bad dad. Vindictive is a good word. But
so he's a bad dad because he took a nap? Do we really paint the picture? Just think about this, because you remember we live in a society now that, you know, stay-at-home moms say that they need a break. Remember, they watch the kids all day, and the husband supposed to work all day and come home and take the kids to give them a break. So we saying that stay-at-home moms deserve a break, but a dad who works all day don't deserve to sleep 2 hours after work to take a nap?
Yeah, this is the part I'm struggling with their thought process. I don't think he's a bad dad. So some of them are saying like some insane stuff, like he should be always available for an emergency. You wouldn't have no friends or family members, or you would hate all your family members at the emergencies that they had to be there to be considered your family or considered good.
Yeah, it's just interesting to me, because now this father was sitting on the couch and all this was happening and he was there. I think we will be having a different conversation because the kids was under his supervision. But at this time, the kids are not under his supervision. And I think that's the part that we're not talking about. He completely, he was transparent, and he told her this is what, and this don't sound like this was the first day that this happened. This sounds like a ongoing process that normally happens. So listen, I come home, and believe it or not, this is more common than you think, that when men come home from work, they need time to decompress because they have to separate the real world from their family, because you don't want to bring chaos from the real world into your family, taking stuff out of your family. So usually what I see is men have that period. I don't know if they always take a nap, but they usually have a time where they kind of get a chance to separate the two so that they can be able to interact with their family with the right mindset, right? But the whole point that I'm saying is he told her the plan. You can't call it neglect, or you can't call that he's doing anything wrong, because of the simple fact that she knew what he was doing. She was not caught off guard. This was part of the plan. Something bad happened. We don't know the details on why she could not communicate with him. Like she said, she was beating on the door. Was he asleep? Was like, it had to be something more going on in that situation.
He had his earbuds in. He was knocked out.
So yeah, we understand there's more going on to that, but I don't think that we can say that he is a bad father because he didn't hear her knocking on the door. That's a stretch.
I think that's a stretch too. HQ says you two still going to gaslight the wife. How are we gaslighting? Okay, I know I'm not gaslighting. I ain't speaking. What is the gaslighting?
I just know that when Aaron if anytime you see either man Williams, he dropped the link. That means multiple people could come, right? Like I really want to have this conversation with a woman, and I hope they come up, because if we was just to change the genders, where a man was in there watching and a woman was in there taking a nap, I am convinced that majority of the women would change their point of view. But just because it is a man, I think this is the reason they feel the way that they feel.
Well, that's normal of women. The argument is that he shouldn't have no lock on his door because he needs to be accessible to his family at all time. I think that's the argument.
Yeah, well, I think it's crazy. I think that's crazy. That first of all, it's crazy that a woman thinks she could take a man lock. That's one crazy thing.
That is that is wild.
The second thing is, you know what I would have did? I would have went to go get another lock. It would have been one of those locks you can't take off. I don't know if you know about those locks, but I would have put a lock on a lock. But the one thing that I want to say is, I think that that's outrageous that a woman think that she can take a lock from him. That's crazy, because she's.
Well, I have to give all the perspectives. In my mind, I'm thinking this. What if he wasn't there? Would you be as mad at him if he wasn't even available to be there? Are you mad because he's asleep and you don't want him to be asleep? Or are you mad because he was physically there and when you needed him, he wouldn't wake up for him to sleep? Or are you mad because this situation has never, ever happened before? So him being asleep for 2 hours have never come to an issue before because you've never been in a situation where you need him to get out of that room. Most days for the last 3 years, he's been in that room going, obviously it could be longer than that. I'm just using arbitrary. He's been going to sleep for 2 hours. Nothing has happened. So you haven't had an issue with him doing it because you understand he's tired, whatever the case is. And so it's been fine. But this situation that you're not prepared for has occurred. And now you feel, oh, you can't have that lock on there no more because when I needed you the most, I couldn't get to you. That's somewhat reasonable of a mindset that I could see a mother saying, oh, but we needed you and you're always trying to, you see what I'm saying? I can understand it. This whole thought that he's not a doctor, so he's not doing anything medically, right? For the most part, that's not happening. So to me, it's the driving to the hospital, her being upset that she had to get a neighbor to do it because he was knocked out asleep and she couldn't bypass the door, whatever the case is. It is what it is. Callie Bev, welcome to the show. Let's just give her compliments now. We love Callie Bev. It's so good to see you. We hopeful you are in good spirits and everything is well. I haven't talked to you in a good amount of time, so I know you should be very, very happy to see me.
I am happy to see you, Aaron.
Oh, that's why you.
Perfect. So
not happy
I'm not.
about either man though. She gonna go off on you.
Nobody's ever happy to see me anymore. Go ahead.
Well, no, yeah. So that's how I look at it. I think that was the problem. She couldn't get to him physically, but if he was off campus or off site, I think it wouldn't be as much of an issue. I think that's how women see it. I don't know.
Well, I just can't blame him for something he did not hear. Now, if we had evidence that he heard the door and he ignored it, then we'll be having a different conversation. But according to the story, I did not hear something. So how can you hold me accountable for something I did not hear?
Because you said do not wake you up unless it was an emergency. It was an emergency. I couldn't wake you up. And then on top of that, you're mad at me because I didn't, because you didn't know where we was at, but it was an emergency. We had to leave. So yeah, I'm mad because you went and you going off on me.
All right, well, let's start from the beginning, Callie. So the child actually getting hurt, who responsibility do you think that was, the mother or the father?
Shit happens. It ain't nobody's fault.
Okay, I'll just say so you saying that if that whole situation was turned around and the husband was there playing video games or watching TV and this child got hurt, you would say that it's not his fault.
Well, no, that's not the best question.
That is correct.
Okay.
Because shit happens, accidents happen, kids get into shit. What are we talking about?
Kylie Bev is right. So the question that we then have for you, because what what issues do you see that happen with the mom's decisions, and what issues do you see that happen with the dad's decisions?
I think that if she knew that his naps were about 2 hours long, she should have been looking at her phone to see if he was texting her.
You know, one thing I didn't understand about this situation, I don't know if it happened or not. I don't understand why she didn't call his phone.
If she is banging on the door and he can't hear that, you think he finna hear a phone ring?
I think it would have interrupted the music. So if he had earpods in that was playing music while he was asleep, I think the phone, like, it would have ring.
Well, he said earbuds, and I think that's just to block out the sound, but I'm not sure.
Okay, we don't know.
If it's just language that they use for meaning music. It could mean that too. You know what I'm saying? It could be language. So it's earbuds. They could mean two different things. I don't know. So Callie, your issue is that he's mad at her, or the issue is that he wasn't available in the emergency situation.
He said, don't wake you up unless it's an emergency. It's an emergency. I'm trying to get to you. You're not available. But aside from all that, that's secondary. The first reason that I'm mad is because you going off on me because there was an emergency and you didn't know. So it's like, well, wait, why are you going off on me? I did what I had to do to go ahead and take care of the burned child.
Well, I think he's going off on her because she didn't respond to his text messages.
Sure.
So yes, I don't think it's because it's an emergency. He's like, hey, I text you multiple times and you did not respond. And before you came up, we think that she was being petty. Like, she was upset with him, so she didn't respond to those text messages for the simple fact that she was upset with him.
Okay, so if we're gonna go petty, then he deliberately locked the door because he deliberately locked the door. So how am I supposed to get to you in an emergency if you lock the door?
But I think that was part of the plan. So he sat down with his wife and he said, hey, this is our plan. Our plan is I'm going to go to work. I have a problem sleeping. So 2 hours after work, I'm going to take a nap so that I'm not sleep
we
deprived.
already know about the nap. I'm saying, what's the reason for locking the door? If I'm supposed to get to you in an emergency, how am I going to get to you if the door is locked?
Well, because what women think is emergency, men don't often agree with that. That's one. Women think everything is an emergency to a certain degree. But that's a good question. Me personally, I agree. And I don't often do this. I kind of agree with both sides. You shouldn't need the lock because you should be accessible. But also, if I need that lock, leave me alone. Because that may mean she probably, like, people been bothering him for years. They won't leave him alone. His phone ring. He turned his phone off. Nobody in the office can get him. Nobody has access to him, right? I understand. And most people don't think emergencies going to happen in your home, typically. Like, most people we all at home and we good. Most people think that. So, but Callie Beth makes a good point. Let me read the dating pool roast reacts before they roast Edom Man. Says he did nothing wrong until he didn't answer that door or let her have a key for these type of emergencies. She was wrong when she didn't answer his text. Both were wrong. So this is my question to y'all, right? Because this is where it comes to being critical thinkers. If y'all think she's that responsible, which we shouldn't agree that she is, we don't presume that he's only been locking that door for 1 month. We all can agree within reason that he's been doing this for a good amount of time. Because if this was a one-time thing, she probably wouldn't complain. So he's been doing this for a good amount of time, right? She didn't foresee no damn emergencies. She didn't require a key prior to this thing happening because she didn't foresee this. Because like Halle Bev says, I don't cuss like she does. Life is life and life be lifing, right? So she ain't had no key because none of these situations occur. She didn't pre-predict this stuff. And she clearly took off the lock afterwards, which means that now, because something actually happened, she's being retroactive to the response to it. Is it fair to say that that's reasonable?
Yep.
Now, Grizz says, how you tired as a grown man? I've been up 168 hours. That basically means men ain't allowed to be sleepy. Now, I'm torn because I believe he has a right. That's his sleep time, his peace time, his health time, all that. Leave me alone for 2 hours. I'm out like a bear in hibernation. Nothing should wake me up. And like he said, unless somebody is. Let's play it again because y'all might didn't hear what he said. The reason was okay.
My husband stays up late at night and wakes up early to go to work. So when he gets home at 5, he naps for 2 hours to account for lack of sleep and provides him the alertness to stay up late to play video games. He has one rule in the house that he enforces strictly, which is to not be interrupted. He even put up a sign on the bedroom door saying, "Do not wake me up under any circumstances unless someone's hurt or dead." My 3-year-old son had hot oil spill on his hand while his 14-year-old sister was cooking. I heard him scream and saw that the oil was covering his hand and half of his arm. I brought the first aid kit, but he was in so much pain and had burn wounds. I rushed to wake up my husband by knocking and trying to get in, but the door was locked. My neighbor took us to the hospital and I was livid the entire time. We got home and my husband was pacing around, asking us where we went and why I wasn't responding to his texts. I blew up on him and showed our son's injury, explaining that I pounded on the door to wake him up. He defended that his earbuds were in and he didn't hear a thing. I called him reckless and neglectful for ignoring a family emergency. I stopped arguing and went to remove the bedroom door lock. He started yelling at me, saying I had no right, calling me bossy, and alleging that by removing the lock, I have destroyed his peace and quiet, causing him sleep deprivation. I didn't respond and walked away to calm down. He insisted I put it back, but I refused. I could be wrong for what I've done, but I was frustrated and mad. Am I the a-hole?
Actions out of frustration and anger and all those things we can all agree typically are not good responses. HQ, welcome to the panel. Please share your thoughts.
My thought is they were both wrong, but he's more wrong. And I tell you why. The first sentence that she just said was, he wants to sleep so he can play video games longer. Period. That doesn't supersede an emergency for that child. We both had that child together. We're both supposed to respond to emergencies together. She tried to get into the room to wake him up, but she had no key, which would have been bullshit off the top, not having a key. And 2, he's in the room with earbuds on, not concerning himself about any kind of emergency. We both had this child together. He's supposed to be equally responsible for emergencies. But his initial sentence that this lady just said was, he has to sleep so he can play video games longer. And I say, bullshit. You're the person that started the bullshit first, because you have no need to sleep all day and play video games late at night. And that's why you're neglecting this emergency.
So one sec. So just curious. If a woman says, I went through a traumatic experience and now I use yoga as a way to bring me peace and calm, and I do yoga, 2 hours a day, would you say, we don't give a damn about your yoga? It is what it is. Emergency. Look here. We gonna come knock your yoga place. That's how you would feel about it, right?
Yeah, no, I would feel the same way. My child is an emergency above my yoga, above my peace.
So my question to you is this: in an emergency situation, what would you have had him do in that situation? Like, what was the need for him to get through that? Like, her to get through that door? What would the desired outcome would you have liked to have seen happen?
With that outcome, apparently it would not have changed. She didn't have a key, so there was no way for her to do anything. She didn't have a key. But when she got to the hospital, she should have been buzzing his phone left, right, and center after that 2 hours was over that he slept, and answered his phone calls. That's where she went wrong. She should have informed him immediately. As soon as he woke up at 2 hours, she should have been calling him, letting him know what happened to his child. Him, you cannot check out of this world. I don't care whether you want 2 hours apiece or not. You cannot check out when there's an emergency. You can check out at any other time, but someone has to have access to the mother and father throughout an emergency. What if the child would have sliced his wrist and died, and he in the room sleep for 2 hours? He don't want to be bothered. No, you have to think about what emergencies happen when you're asleep. And the only thing that's an emergency in your world when you have children is something that happens with those children. So he was wrong initially not to give that wife a key to the door. Hey, if an emergency come, the kid, if something happened to my kid, something that happened to my kid, barring somebody dying, barring anything, and an emergency to my kid, don't answer this door. And then she would have had clear instruction. But she knew her child getting burnt was an emergency. So therefore, she should have had a key to come in and wake him up.
I think, but
the fact that it was bullshit that he was sleeping anyway because he up playing video games all night long.
No, actually, well, let me ask you a question before I respond, right? So the question is, say if she knocked on that door and she had got access to her husband, what would that have accomplished?
It would have accomplished him knowing that his child is in danger. Wouldn't you? Everyone wants to know if they live with a child, if their child is in danger. You're saying he couldn't have gave him a Band-Aid. He couldn't have did anything. That's not the point. The point is to be informed to make strategic choices. People need to be informed of things in order to make the best choice. He did not make the best choice to sleep when his child was in danger.
See, well, I think when he went to sleep, his child wasn't in danger. So he didn't go to sleep while his child was in danger.
But
this is something.
You're not getting what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is when you have a child, that child's safety comes before your sleep, comes before your peace of mind. You have to be vigilant regardless of whether the other parent is around or not. He should have known.
True.
If that's just like dying. I mean, that's just like dying. If I was not there, if I was not there, or I checked out, or I went to the moon, or whatever, I would want to know, or someone would want to know something happened to my child. What if your child got critically injured and I didn't tell you? I couldn't tell you for hours and hours and hours, but you're in bed sleep.
Well, this is common in my world. So I work and I travel a lot. And traveling a lot, one thing happened is we get on planes. And there's a possibility that I can be on a plane going from here to Georgia for 5 hours and no one's going to have contact with me. So when I married my wife, I wanted to make sure that she had the ability to be able to make rational decisions without me until she can get back in contact with me 5 hours later. So when it comes down to these relationships, you're not going to always have access to me 24/7 unless I work at maybe the school system. But I don't think that's a realistic.
You're giving me a valid reason for your absence. His reason is not a valid reason, so he can stay up and play video games later. That was the first sentence that lady said. Play the video again. She said he wants to have sleep so he can play video games later. That's not a valid excuse to be.
I think you're missing the work part. He said he works all day. Hello. Play. We can play it again. HQ.
We all do that.
Hello. Yes, he do.
I said we all do that.
Listen, I got you. He works all day, and what he asks for is 2 hours. He's not asking for 8 hours of sleep. He says that he needs 2 hours of sleep to himself. That's the same thing. My wife said, I need 2 hours uninterrupted to myself because I've been with these kids all day and she's a stay-at-home mom. I'm going to give her those 2 hours. Something happened with the kids, that's on me because the kids are under my responsibility. Okay. Now, after those 2 hours, yes, it's my responsibility to communicate with her if something happened, but it's almost like she agreed to this plan.
So what's
not
wrong
that she did not
taking the hours later?
He reached out to her immediately.
What's wrong with taking his 2 hours later? Why can't she interrupt him now and he take the 2 hours later? What's wrong with that?
Because she did not effectively get in contact with him. That's the difference. The difference between
was she supposed to contact him?
She said she knocked on that door, and his response is, "I had my earbuds in. I did not hear it." She didn't effectively get in contact with him.
And that's when she's supposed to say, We have to have a way to get in touch with you if there's an emergency that occurs like this one.
I get it. Listen,
that's when he's supposed to hand her a key and say,
I
hey,
agree.
Boom.
I agree that they need to put a plan in effect of something. I think this is a one-off. This never happened before. I do think they need a better plan. I'm not knocking that. Right. But what I'm saying is she never effectively got into communication with him. As soon as he woke up, the first thing he did is he reached out and he started texting her. And she neglected to respond back because we believe that she was in her feelings about it. Right. Because so the point that I'm telling you is, first of all, if it was life and death, forget this dough. My wife need to kick this dough down. Ain't no dough gonna stop you from getting to me. Like we literally talking about, you know how thin bedroom doors is, right? We ain't talking about no outside door. We talking about a bedroom door. We can replace the door. So if it's something that's life or death, you can get to me if you want to. But I think that she had a problem. I think that she had a problem with him already sleeping, and this was the one thing that actually put her over the edge.
Wait a minute. She didn't anticipate a child getting burned. She didn't anticipate. That should be a different story if she anticipated. She didn't anticipate there being an accident with the child. This is something that randomly came up, and you randomly had the door locked. I did not have a key. As I stated, he was wrong because he he was wrong because he was sleeping in there because of video games or whatever. He was in there sleep without some kind of access to him. That's where he was wrong, where he checked out in the world. She was wrong when she didn't answer his text. They both were wrong.
But HQ, let's be honest. You telling me a dope gonna stop you from getting to your husband?
If I know I can't get into the room, I wouldn't have tried any longer. I would have went to the hospital. But I wouldn't have been mad at him later on. I would have, as soon as I knew the 2 hours was over, I would have been texting him, telling him, we're at the hospital. This is what happened, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't have blamed him, but that's just me.
Okay, so you saying that you would have handled the situation different. You would have respected his 2 hours. At the end of his 2 hours, you would have reached out to him, called him, let him know what was going on, and everything would have been still good.
Yeah, I would have been calling him all the time. I'm on the way to the hospital, calling him, letting him know, look, you're asleep. I get that, but we had an emergency. You're asleep. I get that. We're having an emergency, period.
So let me ask you this question. Do you believe that she was responsible because this happened under her supervision for the child getting burned?
Of course she was responsible. What do you mean?
Okay.
I don't believe in kids cooking. Me and my husband, we never had our kids cook until they were old enough to understand the dangers of a stove. Well, they really never cooked because my husband was a chef and he liked to cook, so they never really got near a stove, right? So yeah, I would think that she would be responsible because she's the one that's supposed to be watching, overseeing that 14-year-old and that 4 or 5-year-old, whatever. She's supposed to be in the kitchen overseeing those children, but it was her fault. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about a locked door. That was her fault. We get that. Yes.
I was so hoping Sean came up here. When I seen Sean come in, I was like, Lord, can you please put it on Sean's heart to come up here and talk to me about this comment that he did? I appreciate you coming, man. Before we have the conversation, I want to let you know I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, before we let this guy try to jump in and join the water gang, I'm going to read the super chats before I even let him break it down because HQ is already active. Okay, Lauren Mack says, let's be honest. She already didn't like that he shut the world away the way he did. Then an emergency happens, and the one thing he said to wake him up for didn't work. She was pissed. Once again, women ain't gonna like me then because I'm not a doctor. You can bang on the door if you want, but if I don't open the door, you need to act like an adult would, as if I wasn't there at this moment. It is what it is. Just like if you was asleep behind the door and I couldn't get to you, I'm gonna act like an adult would in lieu of your absence. I mean, it's pure logic, and I'm not really gonna be mad unless I thought that you could actually heal his arm. Like, you're not a doctor, and I think a lot of the thing is what I've learned is just more of emotional support. Because I think in that moment she was freaking out and she wanted his security. Oh, don't worry. All right, let's go she wanted that level of support. You know what I mean? But the logic of it goes, he not about to do nothing there that you're not capable of doing for the most part, right? All these theories of the keys of the door was locked inside us, and guys like that have a bowl with the keys, all right, to their cars in the home. All right, I just want to let y'all know they either have the bowl or they have it right outside the door and you pick them up. Okay, I know a lot of y'all who have cars don't understand that because y'all live one-way life and don't leave a block. But I assure you, in different lives, when you go to, I know people that if I go to their house right now, I just press the button and the door open. Like, and when I just unlock it, they don't lock their doors. Okay, there are still people like that exist. Okay, shout out to Uncle John the Baptist's HQ is so far off. Dang, HQ. John said you off on this. Okay, John said you is off on this. And don't be off too much. Sean, you have to break the tie, okay? Because Either Man said Heathen Queen is tripping. And Heathen Queen says, nah, you tripping, Either Man. It's an emergency.
Well, no surprises here. I disagree with Either Man. So look, all right, I did vacillate a bit on my opinion. I did have to toss it back and forth in my head. First and foremost, at the age of 14, we have been walking to school by ourselves for years in Chicago, very violent. At 14, I was having unprotected sex. At 14, I was selling drugs. No way that a 14-year-old needs to be supervised cooking in the house. Like, what type of generation are we raising? Why would a 14-year-old need to be supervised cooking? That makes absolutely no sense. I would think that most 14-year-olds have been cooking for years, unless you've had your titty as a man in the kid's mouth. Take your titty out the kid's mouth. The other thing is in terms of access. As a parent, you are on call 24/7. Period. You are always on call. There are no times when you're not on call. I don't give a fuck if you work 20 hours that day. You just on call. It is what it is. I'm just saying, like, it comes with the job. Now, this is a little dark, but what if something happened to one of those kids? It was a literal life or death situation. The most powerful thing and one of the most painful things that I think exists is regret. Regret is a motherfucker. It is a mother. Regret is when I play back.
Turn your camera off. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry about that.
Regret is when I play back my grandma's last voicemail, and I realize how I don't like how I handled the last few months of her life. You know what I'm saying? And I hear her voice. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if it had gone worse, then he would have had a lot of regret. The last thing, she's wrong for taking the lock off the door. That's not her job to do. She should have had a conversation and given him time or the opportunity to process it and make that decision for himself. But he's completely wrong. You're on call 24/7 if you're a parent.
We gonna have a slight disagreement with that one.
Yeah. So first thing, I think when we hear things like, first thing you said was, what we did back in the 90s was we was walking to school in the 90s, and we understand the 90s. And I don't know how old you was, the 80s, if it's older than the 80s, but it's the 90s for me. The 90s is totally different from 2024. I hope we can agree that these kids are not the same, right? So that's the first point. I believe that the child should have been able to cook. I just feel like the baby should not have been in the kitchen, right? Because it sounds like this is like we're talking about a small child inside of the kitchen while another child is cooking. So I'm saying that the child should have been in the living room with the parent while the 14-year-old was cooking. But the 14-year-old shouldn't have been cooking and watching the child at the same time, because that's what it sounds like what was going on. I'm just saying based off what I'm hearing. The next thing is, I strongly encourage people not to live with regret. If you live with regret, you know how many things I would regret that I didn't have any control of? Like I had no control that my grandfather died when I was in basic training. I could have said, hey, you know what? I shouldn't have went to the army. And if I would have just decided, like, I just think you can't live with regret because life is going to happen. There's nothing you could have did different to make things happen. So I think having regret is just a bad idea altogether. Second of all, if it's life or death, and it comes down to my house, I want my wife to karate kick this door, knock this door down. Like if it's really a life or death situation, it's not no door that's gonna stop you from getting to me. If it's that serious, Sean, if you really had to ask yourself that if it was life or death, do you think that door would have stopped your wife from getting to you?
Yes.
I don't think so.
I had a situation over the last few months. I've been recovering from 2 surgeries, right? The first one I had a cyst somewhere up here, so they had to remove that. That was at the end of November. 3 weeks later, it just started pouring blood. And so for 4 days, I was in and out the emergency room and back and forth to my ENT. And so when I tell you like the amount of blood that was coming out of my nose and out of my mouth, it was crazy. The scariest thing I've ever dealt with. Much scarier than being shot. And so for me, every moment counted. Like the first time driving myself, trying to find a way to put something on here while it's pouring blood, like a bit, trying to get down the elevator, figure out where the ER was. So, and then the second time it happened, my chick just happened to be here, and so she happened to be here to help me with it because it was even worse because I had this rhino rock. So for me, just thinking about how much blood I lost, how worse it could have been had I not been here. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes time is of the essence and the situation is too critical. So I hear what you're saying. Some things are really too critical. The other thing is it not unheard of for when the parents are away for the 14-year-old to be watching the 2-year-old? Is that not common?
Yeah, I think that is common, but I think the mother was also present. It wasn't that if she was gone like to the store and this happened, we would be having a conversation, but she was in the facility when this is happening. So that's one thing that we have to do it. And I get from us, we say that no one's responsible, but if the law got involved, a parent would have been held responsible for this situation.
But it's I hear what you're saying, E. I hear what you're saying, and it's not unreasonable, right? But just knowing a lot of us have kids. Your kids are not up under you 24/7, especially if you're in a house or something that's like I'm in a 3-story townhouse or whatever the case. The kids can be anywhere in the house at any given moment. You're not watching your kids 24/7. They're not all the time. Is that how your kids are? Like I've never seen your kids run in the room.
For the sake of a back and forth, because I don't want to get stuck up on this. I want to get John the Baptist in here before I let you guys go down that rabbit hole. John the Baptist, what's going on, OG?
What's going on, fam? I had a problem with the very first line of the video when the woman said that her husband stays all night to play video games. I think that she was not being objective at all. I think she was leading with her emotions. I think what she did was she took a pastime that he liked and used it against him from the very jump. And so therefore she was never going to be objective no matter what he did after that. Because it always tends to happen that when a man has a pastime that a woman doesn't like, she loves to make it a petty situation. That's the first problem. The second problem I had with the video is that I think Eden Man actually pointed it out pretty well. So I'm just kind of rehashing what he just said because I agree with it. It was my point I was thinking originally. If he's telling you the schedule and he's saying I need 2 hours when I come home to recoup, give that man 2 hours. If you can't watch the kid for 2 hours and to make sure that the kid doesn't get burned, I'm questioning your ability to mother and parent my kids. And the third thing is, and I'm in with this one. The third thing would be this. I'm not saying that a burned arm is not an emergency, but it is one that you can manage on your own without me being involved in it. And then when you do get a hold of me, we can talk without you having to bring up the video games or me sleeping 2 hours. It's not like the kid got stabbed by a knife or got shot by a gun, not life or death. It's not one that you want. You don't want to see your kids get burned by grease or anything. You don't want to see that happen. But it's not a life-threatening emergency that she can't go get this thing care of and then come back and deal with the sleeping husband. We gotta take what's to call it when you gotta idolize. You gotta put things in perspective. Which one is the most important? Is the kid burned? I'm waking my husband up. Let's deal with the kid emergency first, and then I get my husband involved.
Wait a minute, how are y'all considered the most involved parents? I'm confused. How do you even equate that with I'll let my kid be at the go to the hospital with an emergency burn, and I'd rather sleep because I want to play video games.
No, you didn't hear what I said. That's not what I said at all, HQ.
How?
It's not what I said, HQ. You cannot take what I said and turn it upside down. It's not what I said.
That is what you said.
I said no, it is not. Listen to what I said. I'm gonna say it again. I said if the husband is asleep and she can't wake him up, it would make common sense for her not to worry, but deal with the thing that's most important, getting the kid the help. And then once the kid got the help that he need, then you worry about the father who you couldn't wake up. Because the most important thing is in that situation is the kid need medical treatment first.
That's what she did. She couldn't wake him up. She couldn't wake him up. So she went to the hospital without him.
Which is why I said after that is you don't need the attitude about him over that you could wake while he was sleeping.
That's crazy.
You don't need the attitude.
Why would what she's supposed to be fucking happy? What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying you don't have just because things don't go the way you want them to go, don't mean you get an attitude about it.
Bro.
No, you address it like adults.
Hello.
And I'm a man, so I'm usually on the man's side. Trust me, I'm usually on the man's side, bro. But this is irresponsible. I hear what you're saying, but why wouldn't she be upset or disappointed at the least? Why wouldn't she be?
I'm not saying that she can't be that, but the problem I don't understand about this situation.
I'm talking to John. He made the statement, not you.
Okay.
She can choose to use any emotions she want to use. But I've learned as I've gotten older, adults need to act like adults in adult situations. Okay, so she had a problem. The child had a burned arm. She couldn't wake the father up. For whatever reason, he's a decent whatever. The most important thing at that time is you deal with the child's injury. If you choose to be upset and hold it against him over his head, well, I don't think that's the most reasonable thing to do. I think the most reasonable thing to do is to go to him and say, look, we had an emergency. I understand I couldn't wake you up. Let's work together and find a more effective way that we have an emergency, how I can wake you up without you locking the door. Or if you lock the door, can I get a key to come in and then wake you up? But to take this one-off thing that just happened and use it as if it's something that he does on a regular basis, it's crazy to me.
Can would your opinion change if that baby had died? Please be honest.
I just told you.
No, please. No, that's a direct question. No disrespect.
I told you in the beginning. I told you in the beginning of my statement. If you listen, if it's a life-threatening emergency, if it's a life-threatening emergency, you do everything you gotta do to get the husband up because you need to be involved in this situation.
No. But how did your premise completely change based on the severity of the injury? So you said she should worry about the treatment and forget about the husband. Now you're saying if it was life-threatening, then the child becomes secondary. Get the husband up at all costs.
No, okay. So I'm gonna give the argument. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see the point you're making. In any scenario, I get what you're saying better now. Yeah, in any scenario, you get the child the help that he needs. That's the most important thing. Any scenario, most definitely.
I agree.
That's most definitely the most important thing you got to do.
I agree with you.
All I'm saying is, but this case, it wasn't life-threatening. It was just scary. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have scary things are not important. It's just scary.
So I think we're not answering the most important question. And my question is to Sean, outside of emotional support, what could the father actually do?
First off, be available. That's number one. Don't lock the door. So this is the thing, bro. This is one thing I'm having a problem with This is why I hate. This is why I hate this YouTube space in a lot of ways, right? I hear you niggas on here being hyper masculine, right? So like I heard
Nobody's
you say
been hyper masculine.
no, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Like either man, and I'm not telling you what to do, obviously, but you said that your wife takes care of the kids or took care of the kids or whatever the case may be. That's how y'all decided to run your household. And I ain't got no problem with that, right? So y'all say things like that. Then y'all say y'all are the providers and the protectors. Is this not exactly what you niggas preach in terms of being the protector? Is this how you to protect a nigga if your door locked? What if that was some nigga that ran in with pistols and shit and your door locked? Let's just change the scenario one little bit and you will see the problem with this premise. You niggas say that you're the protectors. Niggas run up in that bitch with mask on and your bitch ass is in there sleep because you want to play video games at night. What type of fuck nigga? What type of fuck nigga won't protect his family because he wants time to play video games at night?
I could debunk half of that. Like I have a video prepared for this whole protector, provide this and all this that we get into these. It's a waste of time really to do it, but I will allow you and Either Man to have this discourse just for y'all.
I'm just saying, take your time, but don't lock the door, my nigga. Like if you are the protector, nigga,
You
are
know,
that
okay, so
24/7.
I have a
24/7.
27-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter. When we were raising our kids, and the problem with raising our kids when they was very young kids, there are times that I work nights and there are times that my wife worked nights. And then they were in those years, my kid had emergency when I was sleeping, when she was asleep. I can promise you in those times that we had emergency with our kids. If my wife was sleeping, I would take care of the emergency first. I would take care of what's most important first, and then fill her in on information when she was more alert. Because if it's not life threatening and something I can handle, I'm not going to wake her up until I determine that this is something she needs to be involved in right now.
But hold on, John. Let me respond to that slick shit Sean said first. Let me respond to that. As a man, I understand that it's going to be holes in my protection at some point in time. Sean has to go to work. It's like this idea that I'm going to be able to protect my family 24 hours a day, and there's nothing able to happen to my family. It's just a crazy assumption. So while he's sleeping, we're talking about 2 hours. This could happen at 2 a.m. in the morning while you're sleeping and some people coming into your house. Listen to how crazy Sean says when he brings up these crazy examples. Everybody have a blind spot. His is these 2 hours. Matter of fact, this man might be more able to protect his family throughout the night because he up playing video games. That means that he's the least awake. So somebody knock on the door while he playing the video games. Guess what? It can go from a video game to reality. So the whole point that I'm making saying is he got a blind spot, and I guarantee you, Sean, you got a blind spot too. So it's easy to highlight his 2 hours while he sleep, but you sleep too, Sean.
Is it a blind spot if it's something that he willingly creates? Is that a blind spot? Or is that a blind spot or is it a choice?
Sleep is not a choice.
Is it a blind spot?
Do you choose to sleep at night, Sean?
What is?
Look at the first.
Look, this is the thing, right?
Of the video.
I'm sharper than you niggas. Respectfully, I'm sharper than you two niggas, right? So look, this the thing. We all sleep at night. The difference is I'm not gonna lock the door. That's all I'm saying is don't lock the door, bro. Get your sleep. I'm not saying that.
Sometimes you have to lock the door when you got young kids. You have to lock the door when you got young kids because young kids will run in and out of your room and wake up to sleep on the door for frivolous reasons.
Listen to this.
So my wife would lock the door when I was asleep so the kids would not run into the room.
Listen to this.
The only thing they could have done different was we have a key. My wife had a key and I had a key. When I need to wake up,
there it is.
But that's what I'm saying. But this one-off situation. She used this one-off situation though.
No, it don't matter what she used it for. She should have had a key.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You had a great solution, a key. That's all we saying. But it took experience.
Don't matter.
It took experience. It took experience for us to get there, though.
Okay,
it took experience for us to get there.
So
But
I
listen
want
to
to
this.
get.
Listen to this. One thing. Listen to this. You and your wife got a covenant. You got a contract, right, with each other, right? That's how marriage works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong or right?
Yes.
Okay. So also, when you have a child, you have a contract with that child.
No, you don't. No, you
Yeah,
don't.
you do. Yeah, you
No,
do.
no,
Guys, no,
no, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
There's no contract with no kid.
All right, guys.
Hold on. You brought that child into the world. That child didn't bring you into the world. You brought that child into the world to protect that child, regardless of that female, regardless of anything else on this planet. You're responsible for that child. And you
Hold on,
locking
Aaron.
the door.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Aaron.
Hold on. And you locking the door against anything to do with that child because you wanted to selfishly sleep, because you wanted to play video games later on, is a contract breaker. You're being irresponsible as a parent with that door being locked. You should have went to sleep and gave that woman a key and said, don't open this door unless it's an emergency. And I thought that was what was the beginning of the whole thing. He did say an emergency, but she couldn't wake him up. How would she have woken him up if she didn't have a key? She couldn't.
Okay. You said several things. You said several things at one time. And the first thing you said wrong was, I don't have a contract with a child. I have a contract with my wife. I stood before God and made a contract with my wife and before people. Me and my wife had sex and we created a child. And we divided the responsibility between each other, how we're gonna raise that child. It's not a contract. The child is a response to the contract that we created. I don't have the same obligation to a child that I have to my wife.
You have more of a responsibility.
No.
All right. I don't want to harp on this because I got other things I want to dive
And
into.
then the second thing I want to say is this: is that if we are two adults raising a kid, if my wife goes into that bedroom to go to sleep for 2 or 3 hours, I am more than enough an adult to take care of those situations without her being involved. Same way if she was out of town for 3 days, I'm going to take care of those situations without her being there. If she's an adult, she can do the same thing when I'm inactive. Whatever the reasons it is, if she go out of town for a 3-day getaway, I'm responsible to take care of that child for 3 days. If I go out of town for 3 days, she's responsible to take care of the house and the kids for 3 days. If not, then she's not an adult.
All right. I think we've kind of worked this out. And if this inspires anybody else to build on the conversation, that's a lot of my work I hope to do, right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk to HQ. Don't you dare talk about the most involved fathers without citing the correct study of which generation of men are the most involved fathers. That's one. Anybody get into it right now. But I ain't going to let you get away with that, okay? We heard that little slick thing you did right there, okay? We ain't going to let you get away with that. Yeah, I know your moves. Okay? Reasonable, we come to the conclusion that they need a key for the door. Fine. I don't care that much, but reasonably, it's fair to acknowledge that she wasn't trying to get no key because she decided to take that lock off. She didn't say, honey, we need to get a key on there because now these situations are occurring. She said, give me that lock because like John said, she is trying to punish him for a thing that he's doing that she doesn't necessarily like. So like there all of that is involving there, okay? I would like to move on to further into the conversation. We can revisit this another time, okay? There's other things I like to attack. Now, Heathen Queen, you came late, so if you want to go take this trip to Dubai so we can see the Dragon Ball Z theme park, you let me know, okay? Because we got to put that on the agenda, all right? Now, let's get to the next video.
Saudi Arabia, not Dubai.
I'm sorry, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Eda, man. I was trying to set you up for that. But either way, I'm actually shifting this conversation because I actually planned it to go a whole nother thing, but I might have to hold that because we extracted a lot of information out of this. What does that say? Own black kids in the Klan? I can't even read what that say on screen. But I heard an interesting conversation here. I want you guys to listen.
Am I wrong for refusing to associate with my brother's unfaithful partner? Early last year, my brother Robert, 23 male, broke up a marriage to be with his new partner Yvonne, 23 female. I happen to know Yvonne and her husband socially. The husband was very distressed during the whole affair and almost took some drastic action. Initially, they pretended that they were not a couple and that Yvonne was leaving her husband due to abuse. This was proven to be a lie. Now, this is where I am accused of being an asshole. Robert has repeatedly tried to patch things up and introduce Yvonne to the family. I have told him directly that I will never acknowledge her existence. Ooh. It got to the point where we were at a family event and he brought her over to stand in front of me. I just sat there silently as the two of them got increasingly frustrated and yelling at me to talk to Yvonne. I understand that people will be unfaithful for various reasons, but I just don't want to associate with cheaters and don't feel I should be compelled to. Am I wrong? Edit for clarity. I am also ignoring my brother, but he is taking issue that I never gave her a chance. I already know him and said he needs to admit to his behavior.
I think if I was the brother in the relationship, fuck you. I'm like this idea that we gotta have blood approval in our relationships. I think it's completely crazy. If you don't want to be around me and mine, you can go somewhere else, and we'll just keep it pushing. Like this idea, just because we blood and we gotta stick together, I think is completely. He's wrong. He's wrong because that's none of his business. Now he got the right to associate with who he want to associate with, but the brother who chose who he chose. Man, don't even worry about it. Stay away from him.
Well, I believe, okay, so it's two brothers, and one brother had an affair and then brought the woman he had an affair with home, but she had a husband or she had a mate, right? But it has nothing to do with this brother. This brother just has a moral high ground about it, right? Right?
See, that's why HQ. That's why you're gonna get in trouble because you think you slick. See, what? The thing. No. The thing about me is I'm an excellent listener. Okay, the thing that YouTube has taught me over the years is listen well. See, and I know you purposely decided to omit the other information is that woman accused him of being an abuser to get out of that marriage, which was then proved to be debunked.
Okay.
I'll play the video again for you because I don't want you to miss nothing.
Please play it again. Play it again.
I'm gonna play it again for her. I got you. Don't even worry. I got you. Because sometimes, just because I'm an intent listener, sometimes people be chilling. You know, we vibe, we just chilling, and they might have missed some things. So we're gonna play it again. And also, the brother that's reading it, you may not think he's an excellent reader reading above a 4th grade level, so that kind of turns you off too. So I'm gonna allow you to listen one more game so you can hear the proper information, okay?
Wrong for refusing to associate with my brother's unfaithful partner. Early last year, my brother Robert, 23 male, broke up a marriage to be with his new partner Yvonne, 23 female. I happen to know Yvonne and her husband socially. The husband was very distressed during the whole affair and almost took some drastic action. Initially, they pretended that they were not a couple and that Yvonne was leaving her husband due to abuse. This was proven to be a lie. Now, this is where I am accused of being an asshole. Robert has repeatedly tried to patch things up and introduce Yvonne to the family. I have told him directly that I will never acknowledge her existence. Ooh. It got to the point where we were at a family event and he brought her over to stand in front of me. I just sat there silently as the two of them got increasingly frustrated and yelling at me to talk to Yvonne. I understand that people will be unfaithful for various reasons, but I just don't want to associate with cheaters and don't feel I should be compelled to. Am I wrong? Edit for clarity. I am also ignoring my brother, but he is taking issue that I never gave her a chance. I already know him and said he needs to admit to his behavior.
Hey, the brother is right. The brother.
No, hold on, Sean. I'm gonna allow HQ to get her thoughts out now that she has the full, complete information.
See, I am able to cut through the bullshit, and I was trying to do that. The brother had an affair with a trifling ass female, right? The other brother over here has the moral high ground, right? Don't let the trifling female come between you and your brother. You tell your brother she's trifling, that's cool. You want her, that's cool. But don't expect me to love her like you love her. But you my brother, and I'm going to continue to love you and support you. And
but the brother trifling too. Both of them trifling.
You let her finish her thoughts.
So what?
Not listening.
Do you mean to tell me we on this planet don't have trifling brothers and sisters? But you still love your brothers and sisters regardless of whether they trifling or not? You don't cut your as long as they don't do harm to me. I don't give a damn what they do. They still my brother and sister.
Do you want a principled man or you don't?
That would be my man. That's not my brother.
Okay, listen.
They brothers.
Principles is principles. Like that. This is the part that y'all got to understand. This is who he is. I don't rock with cheaters. Whether it be my brother, my cousin, I don't care. I ain't rocking with it. That's what he's expressing.
And I would tell him, as the cheater, as the brother who is the cheater, I understand how you feel. I love you. You still my brother, but I love her. I love you, and I get your view, but I love her. Now, if you don't want to accept that, that's fine, but I'm going to still love you because you my brother, period. And keep it moving. That's how you do that.
That's basically where they at then. Go ahead.
I just, and I want to get Sean in here. I just don't understand why we can't compartmentalize information. Like, I have a brother that's trifling. He's trifling. That's who he is. You know what? That have nothing to do with me. When it comes down to his relationship, I completely separate myself. I tell him, don't even ask me advice about it. But I still can have a relationship with him that have nothing to do with his relationship.
No, but y'all not see. I'm sorry. No, listen to what was said.
He is right.
He didn't have a problem with his brother. It was like, all right, it is what it is. His brother has a problem with him having a problem with his wife.
Play the end of that video. He said he could, for clarity, he cut his brother off too.
Because his brother went at him because he won't have a. You want me to play it again? That's really what you want.
He wasn't going after his brother. He was just disappointed that his brother wouldn't accept her. The brother, the brother who is with the girl should accept that he's not going to accept it. I love you. You're not going to accept it, but I still love you. When you want to come back and talk to me, I'm still over here as your brother. That's the way you got to do it. You can't force it on him. Don't force nothing on him. But he's still, I got a trifling sister too. I got a real trifling sister. Okay?
No. Protect your trifling sister. Sean, let me go to you, brother. We're going to protect her trifling sister right now.
That's funny. So first off, the brother is not wrong, right? He's not wrong because first off, he's telling his brother, nigga, don't be a cuffer. You trying to cuff this hoe? That's what he's saying, right?
That's what he said.
Look, and nigga talk, right? If that's said it was black, right? Dig this, right? The thing that he said that was really important, he said he knows the girl and her husband socially. So first off, my man's is your husband. My man's is your husband. You tried to play my man to say he was abusing you, right? So if aside from me knowing him, if you would play him, why would I think that you wouldn't come up with some bullshit allegation against my brother at some point? So number one, you're not good enough for my fucking brother. Absolutely not. Two, I know your situation, bruh. Three, nigga, why is you cuffing her, nigga? Do you know what she did to her husband? Nigga, she lying to you and you believe in this shit? You gonna leave this good chick just because you want some pussy? Well, you got pussy at home?
Did we disagree with him at all? We didn't
disagree at all. It's a problem with what he's saying. He's saying that my trifling brother is too good for this trifling woman.
I don't know if he said she was. I don't know if he said his brother's too good.
His brother was the one cheating while she was married.
I know, but I don't. Now look, in all fairness, my last point, right? Now, some of us have transitioned out of relationships before, whether it's a relationship or a marriage, right? So to be fair, nobody knows the brother's situation with his current wife more so than the brother and the wife, right? So what if that shit is on his way out? We don't know the exact status of his current marriage. So I give
you that, Sean, but it's still trifling. If a man have a wife and he go out purposely and talk to another man's wife, there's nothing that we can say that's not trifling about that. That's as trifling as it gets. But I got a wife and I went to go talk to somebody else's wife.
There's one scenario where we have to acknowledge, I'm not agreeing that that's okay, but if a woman says he hits me, all men get like, I can't believe you in that type of situation. You need to get up out of it. Like, that is the one way a woman could use to manipulate a man. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not saying it's right for him to do it.
Yeah, yes. I agree that. See, I agree that this might not be the best fit woman for him because of her past. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying is, this man is showing that I think they're similar. I think they on the same plane. There's two trifling people who got together. And now we think just because he's our blood, he's less trifling.
No.
Nah, he's just the same amount of trifling as she is.
So there's slight nuance to it in the sense of if a woman says there's been abuse to her, a man automatically gonna be like, that's crazy. I can't believe you're going through that. And she like, I want to get out of here. Like, and we understand that's a normal technique that is used to break the barrier down of a man. So like, nah, you married and all that. He's abusing. You start to feel a saving vibe. I'm a saver. Like a lot of guys get like that, especially to a woman you're attracted to naturally.
I don't care. You can't save nobody if you got a woman. See, it'd be different if this was a single man.
Wait. You said he got a woman?
He's married. He's married too, right? The brother? I know I ain't on. Play it again. I know I ain't going crazy. I'm not going crazy. Play the video one more time.
Either man. I heard the video. I was trying to, like, you know what I mean? I just wanted to see if you was gonna key in on that.
They both trifling. You know your brother's trifling. You know she trifling.
But there's a difference though.
What?
Like, so yes, I don't give that. So the trifling part is you talking about Sean, right? But I'll play the video again because some people just got here. But the key thing is there was alleged abuse that was debunked. That
but
is
you can hold that against your brother. Your
whoa.
But the brother didn't make that accusation. She did. She's trifling. We get all that.
I'm gonna play the video again.
But you shouldn't you shouldn't cut your brother off because she trifling.
We're gonna have to play the video again because I think what a lot of us said, yes, he did not cut his brother off, his brother cut him off. If you listen to the end, he says, Fakina, look, man, my brother ain't cool no more because he can't accept the fact that I ain't rocking with her. Well, I'm gonna play it again.
Play the video. I wish they had subtitles. How you go ahead. I'm taking notes. I got a pen this time.
Man, we know you ain't writing nothing down. You don't believe it.
Am I wrong for refusing to associate with my brother's unfaithful partner? Early last year, my brother Robert, 23 male, broke up a marriage to be with his new partner Yvonne, 23 female. I happen to know Yvonne and her husband socially. The husband was very distressed during the whole affair and almost took some drastic action.
Pause it. He broke up a marriage.
Right.
He's talking about his brother first. Before he even moved forward to all these people in the chat that say Edie Man Williams don't know what the hell he's talking about. He broke up his marriage to be with this woman.
Wait. Hold on. Single though. You might be interpreting that incorrectly. It's a possibility. And I'm gonna tell you. Hold on.
He broke up his marriage for this woman.
That's not what was said.
I started over. I'm sorry.
Right.
I shouldn't.
He said broke up a marriage, not his marriage.
Correct.
What we talking about? Whose marriage are we talking about? Somebody, some other marriage?
If it was his marriage, then that means he's single, which means he's not a cheater.
But
I'll play it again because me and Sean heard it, and HQ and Edie Man heard it a different way. We're gonna play it one more time.
You need.
Am I wrong for refusing to associate with my brother's unfaithful partner? Early last year, my brother Robert, 23 male, broke up a marriage to be with his new partner Yvonne, 23 female.
So we don't know. We are interpreting whether he broke up his marriage or if he broke up her marriage to get with her.
No,
he broke up both of them. Hold on, the video won't answer the question.
Both. And it could be both. I agree to that. But Sean and I am right as far as a marriage.
But we done heard the whole video. We're saying our first time hearing the video, but we know both of them got broken up. But okay, a marriage. Note down.
Okay, write that down.
I happen to know Yvonne and her husband socially. The husband was very distressed during the whole affair and almost took some drastic action. Initially, they pretended that they were not a couple and that Yvonne was leaving her husband due to abuse. This was proven to be a lie. Now, this is where I am accused of being an asshole. Robert has repeatedly tried to patch things up and introduce Yvonne to the family. I have told him directly that I will never acknowledge her existence. Ooh. It got to the point where we were at a family event and he brought her over to stand in front of me. I I just sat there silently as the two of them got increasingly frustrated and yelling at me to talk to Yvonne. I understand that people will be unfaithful for various reasons, but I just don't want to associate with cheaters and don't feel I should be compelled to. Am I wrong? Edit for clarity. I am also ignoring my brother, but he is taking issue that I never gave her a chance. I already know him and said he needs to admit to his behavior.
He is ignoring
It never said that he was married. It only acknowledged that they broke up a marriage,
It's so
which is kind of probably hers.
because it could mean both. Right? Realistically, what like I went when I first heard it, I'm like, oh, he left his wife and then she left just, and that's why they got like that's how I interpreted the first time.
But
right?
you're insinuating that though.
What we're reviewing the video. Listen.
No, the video.
Listen, I know on YouTube y'all be like, oh, like we are telling our opinion on the video. Okay, let's say that for the people in the audience who say that we always wrong. HQ saying her opinion, Sean saying his opinion. We're not saying either opinion is right or wrong. We're just going based off what we heard. Let me get that out there. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, the video never said that he was married, so we're insinuating that he is. Only thing we kind of know for sure is that Yvonne was married to a dude, and the brother is sleeping with Yvonne. So we know for sure that they broke up that marriage. That's what we know for sure.
Listen,
everything else we're insinuating.
The moral of the story, John, his brother's trifling too.
But well, we don't know that. We don't know that now after listening again. Look at it, right?
No, he's trifling. No, the brother is trifling for sleeping.
Let's play it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's play it out. Let's just say he broke up a marriage, meaning let's say he left his wife, which means he's single. Let's stop right there. That means he's single. If he broke up a marriage and that marriage was his, that means he left his wife, which means he's single. Second, the next pretense is that, hey, guy, my husband has been abusing me, and so I'm leaving him, which means in his eyes, she's single. And they also said that he was constantly trying to introduce her to the family, and also they were at a family event, which means that he had her at a family event with him, which means he was introducing her to the family and not hiding the fact that they were together. So in his mind, first off, it sounds like he left his wife. It could have been, and he was under the pretense that she was single, which means he was less trifling than we initially thought.
I got
Sean,
that,
Sean. To go with your point, Sean, you actually have to insinuate too much.
I got you. No, hold on. Let's say we give Sean that. In the video, it also said that they acted like they wasn't together. It says he acted like they wasn't together while she was separated. That means that he willfully knew that she was separating. Let me just take this point because I think we got to move forward. Listen, anytime a single or married man is willfully messing with somebody else's wife, it's trifling. I'm just going to go on record to say it's trifling. I don't care if you're single. I don't care if you've been single for 5 years. If you mess with somebody else's wife, that is a trifling act. And if we as men can't agree to that, that's crazy to me. That is just crazy.
I agree with that.
Hey, AL.
You guys.
What up?
Did y'all acknowledge that his brother is 23 years old?
I was just thinking about that. He's young as hell. Yeah,
and he's more than likely his younger brother.
This could have been about Sway, for all we know.
So the idea that this 23-year-old male broke up a marriage as a single male, because this is what all the information that we have, and we're implying what now, E-Man?
That he's 23-year-old is trifling. I feel like I'm doubling down that if it's a single or married, it's trifling for somebody to be able to be messing with somebody's wife. That's always a principle I had. Now, maybe that's just my principle.
You can't.
So maybe. Well, his older brother already acknowledged that. That's why he stopped talking to him.
Well, cool. Listen, remember how I started the video? I started the video saying that if this 23-year-old want to be with this woman, just cut his brother off. I don't care. Listen, I'm not saying that he have to maintain a relationship.
What if she's
with him?
Separated? What if she's still married but they're separated? Because once again, the pretense was that she told him that she was leaving Buddy because of abuse. That's the information that they gave us. We're not inferring that. They gave us that information.
But they was already. They was already messing around.
It can take years. Literally, it can take years to get divorced. Literally,
but they was hiding. Listen, if they was confident in what they doing, Sean, they wouldn't have been hiding it. They was acting like they was not together.
She was getting listen. The pretense is there was a level of abuse. So he like, yeah, I don't. So imagine she trying to get out of that situation. And sure, you could argue whatever you want. You shouldn't be dealing with until it's dissolved and all that. But she's telling him, yo, he doing this to me and this to me. She's playing that role. And most men have that the save him complex, right? So he's going to pretend like, nah, we're not really together. Because if she go home or whatever the case is, she might clunk over that. Like, so there's a lot of reasons for that.
Listen, at no point, Aaron, I didn't say she was trifling. We said the hoe is trifling. But he's trifling too. See, what y'all trying to do is, I agree that she's trifling, but y'all trying to say this 23-year-old man have no responsibility in this situation.
His brain is not fully developed until he's 25.
Edelman, I agree with you. That 23-year-old man is trifling. He's trifling, Edelman. There's no way around it. I agree with you.
I'm just saying he's less trifling than we initially thought before we listened to
How do you measure?
No, Sean, hold on. You cannot be less trifling. You're either trifling or you're not. No such thing as less trifling.
No. I said he's less trifling. Okay, I'll speak for me. He's less trifling than I initially thought he was before we listened to it again. When I heard.
No, Sean, your logic is all like a woman right now.
For me,
you can't be less trifling. You're either trifling or you're not trifling.
I don't agree with that. All right. So if you want to have that fight, let's have that fight. So it's not my place to give a fuck about your marriage. I only care about your relationship as much as you care about it. I'm under the assumption that if you don't give a fuck about it, then it's not to be given a fuck about. So if we want to put it on the wood, my real belief is that sometimes your fucking soulmate is attached to another motherfucker, whether that's a relationship or a marriage. And sometimes you got to go out and get what the fuck you got to get. You know what I'm saying? Period.
And then Sean, if you think like that, then I'm gonna call you trifling then.
That nigga, he was a single 23-year-old playing the field, and he found him a trifling heifer that deceived him to the point where he gave a fuck, and now she trying to leave her husband for him.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to measure how trifling is. So is it a 10?
He was manipulated. Y'all telling me he wasn't manipulated as a young man whose brain isn't fully developed?
No, Sway, we're not gonna do that, Sway, because he's 23. That brain development crap. At 23, you know if a woman is married, you shouldn't be touching her. You know that at 23.
All right, cool.
How do you know he knew?
At 23, I don't give a fuck. What you talking about?
At 23, you know you don't touch. So Sean, that's why you're trifling. At 23, if you know a woman is married, you shouldn't touch her. That's off limits. You don't touch her.
You know what I can't believe
morals, bro.
I say you know one thing I can't believe about this one example.
He was manipulated by this trifling married heifer.
I got you. This is the one time that me and Sean have been on the panel, and I've been trying to hold a man accountable. And this nigga Sean went so far left to disagree with me about how trifling this 23-year-old is.
Nah, I initially agreed with you, remember? But then when we listened again, I just feel like he believed that she was leaving this relationship because of abuse. So to me, that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying he's not at all wrong. I'm just saying he's less wrong than I initially thought. Because if like what Aaron said, once you hear that, it's like, oh shit. Oh, you leaving him anyway? Oh, he be beating your ass? Oh shit. Well, come on over here. Come on to sign with Death Row. You know what I'm saying?
That should be a red flag. Like that should be a red flag to a man to say, hey, check this out. Unless I got some form of trifling in me and be like, you know what? I ain't worried about some dude who beating on you, who's psycho. Because this says that he almost went there. Now, if she does give us the details that he almost lost it all. He almost
lied on him. Like that's the thing. You put that jacket on him that he's a beat. Like that's wild crazy. Like I wouldn't rock with him.
Yep.
I'm not cool with that.
Oh no, we all agree. We all agree that he shouldn't be with that person. I just don't. I get the brother. This is what I learned a long time ago. I told all my family, if you got a problem with my wife, you might as well just go and delete my number. She ain't going nowhere. She here forever. So
here's
either
the
you get down with the get down,
no.
or you delete our number. I don't care.
Hey,
no.
Hey,
John,
let me know when I can get in. Let me know when I can get in.
Yeah. All right, you go right after me after this, John. So this is the problem, either man. What you said about your wife, hey, look, ain't gonna be nobody else. It's me and her forever. And if y'all got a problem with it, step, get to the door, right? You say that. This is not happening. In this scenario, he over there like, please take acknowledge my wife. Please acknowledge her. Please, I'm going to bring her over here, put her in your face, standing right next to you. You see the difference that exists?
I was just about to say that, man.
That's a major difference. John the Baptist, go ahead. This guy is crazy. He ain't got disease.
So I want to talk to Sean for a minute.
All right.
You 2 minutes ago, you insinuated some situations to get your point of narrative out. So now I want to insinuate a couple things.
Okay.
Let's say that this man is actually beating on his wife, and we don't know, and you don't know how crazy this man really could be. You decide to sleep with this married woman who has an abusive husband. What's to say that he won't be abusive to her and to you and try to kill you for sleeping with her?
One, I can fight.
Well, okay, my bad. I can't say that word. My bad. I can't say that word, can I, Aaron?
John the Baptist, that was terrible.
One, I can fight.
Go ahead.
Two, I have plenty of things that can do worse than fighting. So yeah, I'm not pussy. So it don't make me. I wouldn't do it, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be threatened by no nigga. I wouldn't do it. So we all on the same page. He shouldn't be fucking with her. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not no pussy out here, so I ain't tripping on that. But I wouldn't do it.
When I said you, I meant generic. I didn't actually mean you. I meant
generic guy should be worried then. I agree. Generic guy should. Yeah, I agree with that.
I gotta understand. So what is the argument though? I think I'm trying to hone in on the side of what is being argued right now in this situation.
How wrong, whether the brother was wrong or not, or how wrong he was, the brother that's actually with a girl. I guess that's pretty much the argument. Because we all agree that she's wrong as fuck. She's wrong for lying on Buddy. You know what I'm saying? She's wrong for a lot of stuff.
Well, I think the original argument was the brother who's not messing with his brother, he's writing in the sense since he cut his brother off because of this woman. Is that something that's reasonable or unreasonable?
I mean, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
So you think it's reasonable for you to be able to cut your brother off because of who he's dating?
For sure.
Hmm.
You was willing to cut. You was literally just willing to cut your whole family off for who you was dating.
Yeah, you did say that. You said
no,
married to. Sorry, my fault. He wanted to get specific. Married to.
A few minutes ago, you said my wife ain't going nowhere. All y'all can suck a dick. That's what you just said.
I've cut a lot of people off. I cut people off for less.
Yeah, I mean, well, you got a good point.
But I just don't know why. Like I said, that's what I think. That's what. Hold on. But I think that's what Aaron pointed out, though. Is like it's the opposite. Like just because you can have that sentiment, like fuck y'all, well then we could be the same. Like all right, fuck you too. That's cool. If you don't want to understand where we're coming from and the love we're trying to express, and look out for you, and you want to say fuck us, then by all means, hit the steps with your little degenerate wife.
So I think it's two different perspectives that we're talking about. So I'm dating. So Sway, you're my brother. I'm dating this girl. I call you, bro. I need you to come pick up. I need you to pick me up because I ran out of gas. You going to ignore me because of who I'm dating?
That I already.
It's not moving the goalpost because he said that
he's moving the goalpost.
No, it's not. Listen to what he
trying
said.
To understand where the goalpost is at. If we're pretext that I've already cut you off, or is this me not knowing who you're dating or knowing that for interaction?
You know that I'm dating somebody that you do not Casono, but I'm reaching out to you as your brother saying, I need you help. And it have nothing to do with this woman. Are you saying that you have the right to ignore me as your brother because of who I am dating? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So if you feel the same, if you felt that same way about me, if I didn't approve of your wife and you wanted to cut me off, then why wouldn't I have
Right.
that same right to you? That doesn't make sense.
But he's
Exactly.
not willing to cut you off
No,
because he's dating someone. That's not what he said. What he
He
said
just said he was willing to cut me off if I
listen,
didn't approve of his
that's
wife.
that's what I
not what
heard
he
him say.
said. What he said was, you cut me off. You said you didn't want to talk to me. Okay, fine.
No,
I didn't say I wouldn't. If you reached out to me, and I
Queen,
didn't say if you reached out to me, I would cut you off.
Queen,
You
he's
said
talking about what Eda
you
Man
would.
said. He's talking
Yeah,
about what
I'm
Eda
saying what
Man
Eda
So
Man said. He
what
said
I
No, he's
said,
talking about what he told his family.
that's
I
what I'm
told my
saying.
family, I
Oh,
told my family, this woman is not going nowhere regardless of what y'all guys think.
Right.
Right? So if
Mhm.
my brother would call me and say, hey, check this out. I need gas money. I'm gonna still send him gas money.
right.
No. The
He
point
ain't
that
cutting you
Sway's making
off.
is you're saying that no matter what y'all say, even if y'all have a problem with her, she's not going anywhere.
That's different from someone cutting you off because of who you're dating.
I hear what
Thank
you're saying.
you.
I hear what you're saying.
Eda Man is saying that if you got a problem with wife, that's gonna be your problem because she ain't going nowhere. You gotta deal with that. He didn't say he's cutting anybody off. He just said if you got a problem with her, she ain't going nowhere.
I get that. Now.
Right. And check this novel concept out. Check
Yeah, I
this
get
out. I love my brother more than I hate the girl. How about that? I love my brother more than I hate the girl.
No.
But it's,
How about that?
All right, guys, we're gonna shift it. It'll still be aligned with what we're talking about. We got to shift it just a little bit. I just want to ask each of y'all a short answer question. Sean, are you okay with the brother standing on principle? He ain't rocking with it.
Yes.
Me too. Eda Man.
It is what it is.
HQ?
No.
So you're not on board with that, okay? You good with the brother standing on principle?
I'm always good with man standing on principle.
Sway?
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Let's watch the next video, okay? Shout out to my brother Harrison, says salute. We standing on business over here. Don't worry, business will be stood on over here, okay? And shout out to Princess Kami. She says salute, AO and the panelists. Keep up the good combos, enjoying y'all viewpoints. Hugs and smooches. Shout out to you, Princess Kami. I don't know if it's gonna be any hugs after this next video, though.
It's Cammy. Kami is a derogatory term.
That's her name.
Nah, I'm telling you, it's Cammy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cammy. You're right. He said that's a derogatory term. Apologies. You're right.
Hey, Sway, educate me the best you can. What's the derogatory term?
No.
Hey, Aaron, you gotta clip Sway laughing. This nigga never laughs. You gotta clip that.
Oh, you can't tell me what it is. All right.
No, we don't want to get caught up on it. It's not a big deal. We just gonna get to the next video. That's what we gotta. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't gonna let Sway throw us off. The youngsters always trying to throw us off.
I, 55 male, have a daughter, 32 female, named Alice. She has been with Brian for 10 years and married for 4 of them. Alice recently told us that they were going to start trying for a baby. After a night out drinking, my wife and I were talking about potentially becoming grandparents, and my wife made a comment about Alice's marriage, which caught my attention. She said, they've overcome a lot in the marriage, but then stopped herself. I pressed her on what she meant, and finally she confessed that 1 year into the marriage, my daughter cheated with a coworker. Alice tearfully confessed this to my wife a week after it happened because she supposedly felt so guilty. She begged her mother not to say anything. I was blown away because I did not think Alice would ever do something like that. I'm not familiar with the details. I just know they slept together once. When I was a lot younger, I was with someone who cheated on me. I have zero tolerance for cheaters due to that, so I might be biased. Brian is also like a son to me. My wife asked me not to say anything. I decided then and there that either my daughter would have to confess or I would tell Brian. Not only do I think he has a right to know, I would never be able to interact with him again in a normal manner, knowing this secret. I would not keep the same secret if I found out Brian cheated on Alice. My wife was against me telling her that I knew, and I did end up having her come over the next day. It did not go well. She blew up at her mother for telling me. Then Alice yelled at me when I told her either she confesses or I am telling Brian. She said I would destroy her life if I did this, and she'd hate me. Well, I did end up telling Brian, and the fallout is tremendous. I think he is the a-hole.
Yeah, I think that daddy should have minded his goddamn business. He should have stayed out of those grown people marriage.
Nope.
And
Nope.
let me finish my take,
No,
John.
I'm not
Did
gonna let you
get
finish. I'm not gonna let you finish. Go ahead. I'm just
John.
joking.
No. This is the crazy part about it, right? I believe that people should stay out of other people's marriages. I get that you want to come and just mess up everything that people got going on and all this different stuff. So first of all, the daughter shouldn't have told the mama. She shouldn't even told the mama. You got to keep your parents out of your marriage because them two got a vow, as we can see in this situation, that them two have to talk and tell stuff. And the daddy done put the mama in a chokehold. Like, you better tell me, I'm gonna beat you up. And now the mama in the stressful situation. Now she got to tell him. Then the daddy decided that since this is his son, he gonna mess up everything going on in his daughter and son-in-law life. I think that he should have gave her wisdom and advice that says, hey, the right thing for you to do is to do X, Y, Z, but I'm gonna give you the right as a grown adult woman to make the decision that you want. But this is my advice from a father point of view. I think he overstepped his boundary, and it's really sad that he messed up their marriage just because of his ego and his pride. That's just my take.
Mm-hmm. HQ.
Well, I agree with everything that Aaron. I agree with everything Edeman said. Absolutely. What was the point of you? See, I don't understand why people tell about affairs or when they have an affair anyway. Why would you tell? Are you trying to make yourself feel better? Or are you trying to make the other person feel better? There's motivations for why you should do those kind of things. You should never mention whether you cheated or not, or somebody cheated or not. You're just trying to make your conscience be salved. You're not trying to comfort the other person by telling them that somebody had an affair on you. So dad should have minded his business. Dad should have told her. You should be talking to your husband instead of having an affair. I'm letting you know now it was wrong. I'm not going to say anything, and we just going to leave it at that. But I'm disappointed in you, period, point blank. That's all he should have said. He should never went and had his lawyer. See, here in my mind, if I would have told my mom, I would have been like, okay, she told dad. I knew she gonna tell dad. They got a covenant. They got a thing going on. They're gonna talk to each other. I get that. But you all should have loyalty to me, not loyalty to my husband.
Are you crazy?
If something like that happens, you're supposed to have loyalty to me. You understand the consequences of telling my husband X, Y, and Z. You see that I'm happy. You see that I have repented. You heard my wife. You heard the wife say that she repented the next day, that she was sorry that it happened. What else did you want me to do? If I tell my husband my marriage is over, so you want me to tell my husband, completely destroy my happiness, or you're going to tell him? You should have had loyalty to me when you knew I was that I was regretful through my wife. Telling when the mother found out she was regretful that she cheated, he told the wife, then that should have been enough for the father. Instead of him,
even man, quiet.
I got something to tell you.
Quiet. You had your chance.
Okay.
It's on you. It's on you.
Okay.
Paolo, what
so
up?
y'all know whether you agree with me or not. No, you don't have no loyalty to your kids. You got loyalty to the truth. I raised both of my kids with the same expectation. When you get married, the person you marry, I'm accepting them as my son or my daughter. And so therefore, whenever you get married, I raised my kids like, no, this is what it is. So if you go out there and cheat, you ruined your own marriage. I'm just holding you accountable for what you did. If you don't tell them, I'm going to tell them. If you don't tell her, I'm going to tell her. Because what you just effectively did, you just hurt my new son and my new daughter. Loyalty is to the truth. If I raised you in my house, you know that you don't go out there selling your spouse short. If you do something wrong, own up to it. Take the consequences that come with it. Wrong or right or indifferent. If you do something wrong, stand up to it. Be a man and be a
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, if you ruin your marriage, that's what you did. I didn't do it. You did it by being unfaithful to your spouse. Stay faithful to your spouse. Stop cheating. You got lucky to get married. Stay married. Don't ruin it.
But
Whatever you do, it's not my fault.
Either man, you spoke your piece. Now you got to wait till everybody else get their thoughts out and hold it. It's your fault because you wanted to go first. Sean, what are your thoughts?
I think everybody said some interesting things, and just to sum it up for me, first off, she could have helped herself by not telling mom. Mom shouldn't have been pillow talking to dad. Dad should mind his fucking business. At the end of the day, you're not the moral police in somebody else's situation. Also, right, I hear what you're saying, John the Baptist. But my thing is, I think most of us would cover up a crime for our kids. Not saying all of us. Saying most. I know I would. Let me just say that I would cover up a crime for my kid. I would even take blame for the for my kid. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the situation, I'd do anything for my daughter. That's what it means. Me saying I would do anything for her. When we say we lay down our lives for our kids and things like that, that to me holds a lot of weight. Which also means that, yeah, sometimes I have to keep your secrets. Now, I'm going to correct you. I'm going to tell you where you're wrong. I'm going to give you the guidance, but I'm not going to do something that I think is going to be to your detriment. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just going to mind my business on that. So
My turn. Because Sway's too young for this, okay? Shout out.
Yeah, I don't need a turn.
Yeah, you too
I'm
young
all
for
right.
this. You too young for this. Shout out to that phenomenal principled father. He is 100% correct, right? And we're going to break down all the reasons for, okay? One, you can't ask for a man of principle and be mad because he's a man of principle. Two, either man can't combat because anything you tell a wife, you basically telling her husband. That's the same conversation.
Yes.
So like anything you say to the wife is saying it to the husband. So you might as well wipe that out of the conversation. There's no keeping secrets between from what they told me, okay? That's two, right? And then secondly, he gave her another option. You tell him or I tell him, right? She could then say, don't worry, I'm leaving your life forever. Because I know that this compromises who you are because you can't look that man in the face after I did him dirty. Because women be told, girl, if you see my man cheating on me, tell me. Men typically say we mind our business, right? We still could be wrong. Because if wrong is wrong, it don't matter if your daughter doing it, your brother doing it, your child, don't matter anybody in your family. If wrong is wrong and you stand on what's right, everybody at risk. Your daughter know who you are. That's why she didn't tell him in the first place, okay? Secondly, he gave her the opportunity to be honest because HQ was telling me we want honest people. We want honest people. If you ain't got to be honest, you don't get honest men. And this is why I tell men to operate a certain way because they line us to get an advantage in life. I'm 100% on the father's side. You put him in a compromising position by bringing that man around him constantly and making that man feel like he's like a son to me. Why? Why would another man say that person is like a son to me? They must have done something, conducted themselves a certain way that you feel like, you know what? That's family. You treat my daughter so right and she did him dirty. And it don't sit right with him because it happened to him as well. So that's another part. So it happened to me as well, and I have zero tolerance for it. It ain't a secret. She know who her father is. Zero tolerance for it. My child, second cousin, the president, I'm telling on anybody, especially if you bring him in my face, especially if you bring him around me and I'm compromised on being who I am consistently and it affects it, yo, you need to fix this or don't bring him around me. So he is well within his reason to act the way that he act. You may not do it. You may decide, look, I could just be fake and phony around this guy, and that's cool with y'all. Some people ain't cool with that. And so I find his actions to be completely fair and consistent with who he is and what he experienced. Because if a woman experienced dating a broke guy, most of the times we'll tell her, hey, yo, then go get you a guy with money then. Because your experience with a broke guy wasn't so well. We understand that. Get you a guy with money. Fair is fair.
But the problem is that he's speaking out of his past trauma, right? The reason that he's want to tell so bad is because he done been hurt so bad that he feel like he need to get it out. You know, he said that he can't be real around him. Don't be around her husband then. But let me ask you this question. This is the real question. Is it okay for her daughter to cut her father off based on these grounds?
Absolutely. If she believes her father is gonna tell and she want to cut him off, absolutely. As long as she don't lie about it. As long as she don't lie on his good name and have to lie to her husband to make a good reason, because her husband clearly like being around that man. That man has become fond of him. You know, as men, for us to become fond of somebody, they must be conducting themselves a certain type of way, experience something. We feel for them. We have a father-son experience with him, something of that nature that we have to connect. So as long as she don't lie about his good name and say, look, we don't visit my parents no more because the situation happened and I don't want to get into it. As long as she don't lie, it's good. It's game. It's good. I think she gonna lie.
I just strongly believe that parents should stay out of their kids' marriage. Like I'm a big advocate. The whole point of you giving your child away and saying, hey, check this out, I'm giving you away. You no longer my child. You're still my child, but I no longer have authority over you. I just think it's messy that they can stick their head in and out of people's marriages when they can and cannot do. So like, it's cool that y'all guys want to say that y'all are getting to evolve and try to mess up their relationship. I just think that's crazy. Especially since
wait. Him being,
9 years.
I'm gonna let you go on. Him telling her, you have to decide if you gonna tell him or I'm gonna tell him, is him messing up the relationship?
Yes, that is him. Like you can't force. He's trying to force her to do something she don't want to do. He's literally trying to say, I'm gonna make you do this. It's like that's what y'all don't understand is that he wasn't asking her to tell on her own will. He wasn't letting her be an adult to make her own decision in her relationship. He tried to force her hand, and when he did not force her hand, he decided that he was going to get involved into their relationship.
Let me tell
that's
you why.
The problem.
Let me tell you why I'm siding with him, because he's willing to put his own marriage on the risk for his honor. He willing to put his own.
Ain't going nowhere.
No, see, you don't get to decide. You don't get to decide if his wife ain't going nowhere. So that's
His wife ain't going nowhere.
No, that's what I'm saying. No.
You stretching. No. You made that up. You made that up.
No, he made it up.
Listen,
sir.
How do you know that his marriage is on the ropes? How did you make that decision that his marriage is now on the ropes?
Because he would be violating the trust that the mother had with the daughter, right?
Man, he do that all the time. You see, he was strong on. Listen. He said, he pressed the issue, and he was like, "You better tell me. You better tell me before I punch you in your face." And mama got scared. Mama got scared. It got to talking.
No, just because you. This how I know. See, any man that marry your daughter and she tell you, "Yeah, I cheated on him," you gonna still be in that man's face, dapping him up like, "Yeah, what up, homie?" And it's cool to you. To some people, that ain't cool. I'm sorry, like
I'm just that. But listen, you gotta understand where I come from. I believe you leave your parents out your relationship. If John the Baptist is your daddy, don't tell your daddy nothing. Don't tell your mama nothing, because in reality,
so I can tell you right now, my kids. I'm not gonna say they tell me. That would be a lie. They don't tell me everything, but I can honestly tell you, they've come to me with some tough conversations. And I left them to deal with the consequence came with this situation that they chose. Because if you save them every single time, they always mess up. And another problem with this another problem with this conversation is we keep saying that men need to be in control of society and stop letting it mess up and stop letting it fail and falter. So if you as a father can't correct your own daughter who's going to be married to another man and keep her in line, I shouldn't give my daughter away to another man. If I'm saying that my daughter has flaws and it's not gonna be faithful to you, why would I give it to you? Because what's gonna happen is 10 years down the road, she's gonna be a problem to you. I'm putting my life on line. I'm putting my reputation on line. I'm putting my credibility on the line. So for you to go out there and cheat on your husband, no, I can't. You can't represent me like that.
No, listen, we're not saying that as a father you can't be mad, you can't correct it, but you're saying what you would have did, John. Say you got a son, right, sir? Right? I believe you got a son.
I got a son and a daughter.
So your son come to you, he say, you know what? I messed up, this, that, and third, this, that, and third. He said, man, I really don't want to tell my wife. You telling me, John, you gonna say, hey, check this out. Either you tell your wife or I'm gonna tell your wife. That's the position you gonna take with your son, John.
Correct. That's what I'm gonna take, and I know without a shadow of a doubt, my son gonna go tell his wife.
What if he don't tell?
What if he don't tell? Then he got a problem with me.
No. Other than him having a problem, what you gonna do?
I'm gonna tell for him.
So you gonna go tell his wife?
Yes.
That's crazy to me.
To be honest, like either man is like,
crazy.
I understand your position and I get it, right? You know me and you actually see eye to eye on a lot of things. But at the same time, he him. I can't be mad. He it's consistent though. It's like it's reasonable to who he is. His daughter know about it. That's why she told her mom instead of him. If your dad been 100 since you was a little kid, my dad don't let me steal from nothing. Everybody got to pay their consequences. A man, if he's principled your whole life, and women will tell you, hey, that's just how my dad is. You don't get to get away from it when it's not in your favor. Because if your dad been like that, benefits you your whole dang life, when it's not in your favor, he still get to be him. So as long as he would tell on himself, as long as he would tell on somebody, everybody's fair game, sir. And that's the reason that's fair. If he would say, oh, he don't tell on this person or he won't tell on this person, I would get with that. But the problem is he has the information. He came to you first. Either man, I got this information, and this information that I got don't sit right with me with you having this person in my face all the time.
The information,
don't tell him or keep him away.
Aaron, the problem with this whole thing is the information didn't fall in his lap.
It did.
He was digging for it. No, he went and played the video game.
This where you wrong at.
When she
hold on, this where you wrong at. When she told her mother, which is his wife, she told him. But I'm telling you, my wife cannot keep a secret from if my wife keeps a secret from me about my kids, and I find out what her telling me, she just caused the problem between her and me, and vice versa. If I keep a secret from her, about our kids, I just caused a problem in our marriage.
No, you didn't. Listen, you didn't cause no problem in your marriage. If your son say, man, I want to talk about my erectile dysfunction and my dick ain't working, and you don't go tell that shit to his mom.
No. Okay, you just flipped it. You just flipped it. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about cheating on your spouse.
No, but that's the point that I'm saying. It's certain things that your son can come to you that you're not going to go and tell your wife.
That's certain. Correct. Hold on. You're right.
Vice versa. Hold on. Vice versa. It should be certain things your daughter can. Hold on. Let me make my point. It should be certain things your daughter can come to her mother and talk to that she don't have to come to you to talk to, and you think it's going to ruin your marriage.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you those things that my daughter Mike can talk about. Those things that they both know. My daughter's been with me for 21 years. My son been with me for 27 years. My wife been with me for almost 29 years. They all know what I consider things they know they can and cannot come to me about. This is understood.
I was cheating.
Well, first of all, my kids. Okay, like for example, they know my childhood. They know how I was raised. They know what's gonna trigger me and what's gonna set me off. So they know that when dealing with me comes with certain consequences and certain standards you have to meet when it comes with me.
I asked this question because people asked, we was having this conversation, and it's like, why is your kid so open with you? Because I believe that it's supposed to be a safe place that my kids can come to me about everything and it stays with me.
Yeah, that's
like
my kids open with.
Listen, you said you're going to judge them and make them make a decision just because they being transparent with you. I don't think I really understand how dangerous that is.
Sir, he said, I'm sorry. He said he is like a son to me. Now, blood might mean something to you. I don't know. But to some people, when you family. When somebody tells you part of this family now, it may mean something to them. It may not mean nothing to you. It may mean with you, hey, I knew my daughter first, so you secondary family. Fine. But I accept the man at his word. That's like a son to me. If he feel it, bro. He can't listen. I'm trying to
Aaron,
explain.
I'm not.
No. Listen.
I'm
It's
here
hard.
with
Look, no, honestly, when somebody's a POS, right? It's easy to tell them about themselves. It's easy to be like, man, you a POS. It's easy to say, oh, they
Y'all have
probably
a good
deserve
one. I'm
it.
out.
When somebody, all right, Uncle, appreciate you coming up. When somebody is a good man and a good man to your daughter, so much to the point that you got love for them. You feel love from this person for how they conduct themselves with their family and your daughter, that you graft them in. That's my son. And you feel that way about them. It's not easy being around somebody like that all the time, looking to them eyes when information has exchanged. Now, maybe you can do it. A lot of us have troubles with that. We're like, man, because this guy on third, that's hard.
You mean a little amount of y'all have trouble. A lot of us, because the position that you're taking is not a normal standard position that people would take. I am going to decide. If my son came to me and said that I cheated on my wife, you think I'm going to go and I cheated on, and he cheated on her 5 years ago, 10 years ago? You think I'm going to go over to her house and tell her that he cheated on you 10 years ago? You think I'm going to do that?
Yes.
How many people won't know? How many? A little amount of people going to do that.
Let me tell you why. You're not a principled person. You're willing.
Most of us aren't principled people like that.
So calm down. So as long as y'all principles are shifty, which is fine, that's a human thing to do. We feel stronger about some things than other things. If all your life is, this is my dad, he do not lie, he is an honest person, this is how he conduct himself, he treat everybody kind, he treat everybody with respect. I know that might be rare to y'all to know people like that, but it's not necessarily rare to everybody else. So if they are consistent with who they are, then I cannot be mad at them for being consistent on who they are.
You're right, but what we said, Aaron, we don't know no, because we show up to the funerals. We met all our distant cousins and all our distant uncles, and everybody had a family outside there. For some reason, people found a way to deal with the people that they was married with to their death without them shedding the eye. Like, I get it. You're right. If that's his principles, that's cool, but I think it's crazy that you will give your child a dilemma that you say you can come talk to me about anything, and when your kid come to be transparent and open to you, you say, now you go make this decision like they're 10 years old. You talking to a 35-year-old man, a woman, you trying to force them to make a decision because of your feelings and your morals?
Honesty is contingent. He's saying you being honest with me, child, is contingent. If I tell you if me as a child come over here and tell you, Dad, this bad news, it depends on what the news is, whether you're gonna be consistent with me, whether you're gonna have the open door policy with me. I can't tell you everything, because then if I tell you everything, you're gonna tell on me and get me in trouble. But if I tell you the good things, so you only want to hear the good things from me. You only want to hear when I'm a good person. You don't never want to hear when I'm a bad person. Do you understand the message that you're giving your child when you say, oh, if you do something bad, I'm going to go against you or do something drastic to you if you tell me you did a bad thing? Instead of saying it's an open door policy for me, you can tell me whatever you need to tell me. This is a safe space for you. It ain't a safe space for me. If I'm scared to go and tell my dad this, and I know he going to tell on me.
All right, stop.
All
right. Wait. No,
I gotta go though.
I need 2 minutes from you. 2 minutes, only 2.
All right.
Because you brought this extreme. If your son came to you and said, Dad, I did some stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. It's the big R word, right? It's a big R word. You know what I'm saying? I got away with it, but I'm feeling real guilty. How do you navigate that situation?
Damn.
That would be that's criminal.
That's a good ass question.
My lawyer said that we call him the lawyer, and I ain't answering that. I'm gonna tell my lawyer that this is responsibility.
Sound like you going to jail, Chris.
No, not necessarily.
And my lawyer, yes, I'm like you going to jail.
No, actually, I'm the type of person.
Investigator, lead detective, Aaron, GBG.
Lord
Listen.
Java, you been drinking tonight again?
Yeah, it sound like it. But listen, if my son was in a situation, the first thing that I'm going to do, Aaron, because I do got to go, is I'm going to call my lawyer. I'm going to say, this is out of my range. I don't know. I don't know what we supposed to do in this situation. Let me call somebody whose legally responsibility is to understand this, and he's going to be able to help us in this situation.
The
And
statute
guess
of
what?
limitations is passed, either man. I can't get in trouble for it. And unless you give new information, I can't get in trouble.
But no, the reason I say that I want to get my
directly
lawyer
conflicts with who you are, and you not having it, no matter if it's your child. Won't you just acknowledge that?
No, listen. The whole point that I'm saying is, why would I give my child advice on something I don't know? I don't know. I've never been in a situation to understand how this works. I have watched court TV. I don't know none of those things. Let me sit up here and I'm gonna call my lawyer. My lawyer, we're gonna figure this out, and he's gonna tell us what's the best way to go forward. That's truthfully and honestly what I would do. I'm not gonna make a decision that I'm gonna call the police. It sounds like some of y'all like, I'm gonna call the police because I got integrity. No, I'm calling my lawyer. That's who I'm calling. I'm calling the lawyer. And if y'all call the police, y'all are crazy. Y'all crazy if y'all call the police on y'all child. That's crazy.
That's a different scenario from your child telling you something like that. That's a different scenario. That's a legal matter. That's a criminal matter. The unfaithfulness 10 years ago, that's not harming that husband, and that's not harming you or anybody else. Current, it hurt the husband.
You talking to Aaron, correct?
I'm sorry.
All right, bro, but I gotta get out of here, bro.
All right, E. I see you, bro.
You better call your lawyer too, Aaron. You better not be calling no damn police on your child.
No, that nigga his own lawyer. He just cooked your ass. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But that's not the scenario. We're talking about a moral dilemma here. We're talking about a moral.
Okay, yeah. That's why I was like, were you talking to him? Yeah, I understand for sure.
So,
I mean, but this is where Aaron, I'm thinking that he come from, because I'm more lean towards his side on this about I could only compare it to, say if you're a conservative, right? And you believe in your gun rights, of course. But you also believe in, pro-life. So often you'll get these two coupled together. Often with a conservative. So you'll get those two coupled together often with I'll say a dumbass. With loose coochie. You'll get a whole lot of things coupled together. Kids, babies, black eyes, bloody noses, no car, bus ticket.
Chava, where are you going with all this?
Ratchet hoes. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Okay, you just sit back for a minute and just chill.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. Aaron, what's going on, Double A?
What's going on, family? How we doing?
Oh, man, I'm just trying to navigate some of these things. Let me read these couple super chats that came in. Double R says, you got to keep people out your marriage. That's what either man says. What about the man that she slept with? What if a baby was involved? He's still going to stay quiet. Either man says, if you call me, we calling a lawyer. It is what it is. Grid says, so if their son punched his wife, that's their secret? So, I don't know. Wrong is wrong unless it involves your kids. That's what HQ would have us to believe. Wrong is wrong unless your kid's involved. And I disagree. Wrong is wrong. My kid, if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, my dad tell on me, I'm just gonna be in trouble. Dang, son, you shouldn't have did wrong. That's on you. You got to live with it. I've taught you this. Your actions have consequences.
I was just about to disagree with you. But no, he told me that. Not my dad. My granny told me that same thing. Same thing. I don't know if you've been in that situation, Aaron.
Hold on, Javo, because I want to get Double A in the conversation. Give me just
go ahead, my bad.
I want to ask HQ this question. This is the only way she'll survive. But now, HQ, it's illegal to cheat on a spouse in some states. Do you agree?
I guess if that's the law, I guess, yeah.
Don't you do no guessing.
Seriously, I don't know.
Yo, I'm dead.
Okay, let's just say at least one state it is illegal. Right? Let's just say at least one state it is. Okay.
Yes.
Now it's a legal matter, same as the other scenario. How do you feel then?
I jaywalk all the time, and that's against the law, so I wouldn't say anything.
So jaywalk. So you're gonna support this with jaywalk. So jaywalking. Okay, fine, fair enough. So
right, I was about to say, Aaron, don't go down that rabbit hole, please.
Anything to
Most
protect your
people
kids,
are. Most people are not. No, most people are not black and white when it comes to those kind of issues. All I'm saying is there's certain issues that I would have a problem with, but I have a problem with the daughter having thought she had counsel with the mother, and then the mother turning around and telling the dad, okay, fine. Whatever the daughter told the wife should have stood right there. The father should have responded the same way the mother did. Told her you were wrong. You should not have cheated on your husband. You should have told him. You should have did anything else. If I hear any shenanigans that happen again, I will definitely have to out you. But since you have regret, because you regretted it, because you said you had remorse to the wife, to the mother, you said you had remorse. You said you didn't want it to happen again. You came to her crying, saying, I did this bad thing. I wanted counsel from my mother. I got counsel from my mother. It was a safe space. It was a safe space to talk to my mother about what happened. Now, I thought it was okay and fine because I talked to my mother. Now, the person who got talked to initially was the mother, so therefore the father has no say in the matter because he had it secondhand. The wife was just informing him. I'm informing you of what she told me. I'm not informing you so you can decide to make a decision and go against your daughter. I just informed you because this is what I was hoping. I was thinking they were having a happy marriage. They're about to have kids together. There's no cheating that she said anything happened again. Why would I go over there and make the house explode because you want your conscience to be better? That's my problem. The dad just wants his conscience to be sound, not anybody else's conscience to be sound. Just his pride, just his thought processes. It's not your business. It's not your business to be concerned about me cheating. You're supposed to address me, not address my husband. You tell me I'm a piece of shit daughter. I'm a piece of shit wife. If this happens again, no, I'm saying that if I'm a dad, I say that to my daughter. I'm not going to say those words, but I'm saying you were bad when you did it. You shouldn't have did it, but I'm not going to blow your marriage.
This is why morals and principles are usually delivered from the men. Because y'all too swayed for me. Okay, Double A, let me go to you, brother. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm with you, Double A. 100%. Stand on principle, stand on business. So when we talk about men being providers, one of the things that we provide is stability, wisdom, right? Predictability. To address either man, with saying that his children are comfortable coming to him, my children are comfortable coming to me, but I hold them accountable. Why are they comfortable coming to me? Because I'm a safe space, because I make things better, not because I keep secrets, because I fix shit. You fix things standing on principle. The wayward is contrasted against the steadfast. That's how you identify the shit from the shine. You get rid of the shit. Absolutely. It's up to that father. Listen, I'd be a little upset for the wife waiting that long to tell me, but that's between them. But 100% she should have told him. When you get married, as you were two, you now become one. So it's like telling the left brain something and expecting the right brain not to get the message. Bullshit. So now that I know, and I'm going to tell the man. I'm going to tell the man because he's a husband. He's a husband and he should be principled. He should be a leader. He should be aware of all of the facts, all of the information. Because let's say one day it came out, he's not coming to me saying, hey, Pop, you sold me a load of shit. You offloaded bad merchandise to me. I'm not, no, hell no. In fact, I got to be accountable for raising my daughter to be that scrupulous. I'm not innocent in this. I produced damaged goods and I gave that away. It has to come back. It has to come back to the manufacturer for overhaul. But you got to know, you should. I mean, if you want to send it in, I'm welcome to recall it. But just so you know, now I'm not telling him what to do with that information. I'm not getting involved in the marriage. I'm making a man aware of the facts. Stand on business.
And that's where you don't have, that's where the child doesn't feel like they can come to you in your safe space. When you betray your child.
She betrayed herself when she cheated.
Yes, she betrayed herself. She didn't betray you. So you don't betray her. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That's where we're different in philosophy.
Whoa. She betrayed me when she cheated.
Has nothing
because
to
she's
do
not
with
understanding that I gave her away to a man to be a wife, ill-prepared.
That has nothing
You
to
went
do
and
with
represented my family name poorly. You betrayed my family name. You betrayed my upbringing.
Not about you. If y'all take it out of the system and take it away from you.
No, it's about principle.
Right. And that's why I'm saying it's not a safe space to come to you. That's all.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is though.
Hold on, Double A. HQ, explain what this safe space is that you make a reference to. Like, what's supposed to happen there?
The safe space is I'm supposed to come to you and you're supposed to give me counsel. I'm not supposed to come to you and tell you I shit in the bathroom at school and you go to the school and tell them that I shit in the bathroom.
Not now.
Yeah, but you doing that in the bathroom don't really impact an example. I get it, but you doing that in the back. Give me an example of what your actions doing has an impact on somebody else. Give me that type of example.
How if you tell me it's a safe space, what does a safe space mean? When someone says you're my safe space, that basically means that I can come to you and tell you anything and you're not going to look at me like I'm somebody outer space or I didn't say anything unusual.
Got it.
I'm not saying that you don't take me to task because I did it. No, you cheated. You did what you did was morally wrong. But when you take it out of the fact that now when you take away the safe space and say, I'm going to tell everybody that you cheat. I'm going to tell everybody that you cheated.
I'm just a husband.
That means that I don't have a safe space with you. I understand you telling me that I'm a piece of shit daughter. But when you decide that you're going to tell the whole world I'm a piece of shit daughter, that means you're not my safe space.
Okay,
I think that's a false equivalency, Aaron. It's not the whole world.
Just
it's
the husband,
the one that's
not
being
the whole
affected.
world.
Oh, Mike, working, Aaron.
No. Well, wait. Here's the thing. Yeah, wait 1 second. Here's the thing. I gave her away. I'm no longer her leader. Her husband is. I'm no longer her safe space. Her husband is. I gave her hand to that man. He's daddy now for real. He comes before me.
Your daughter, you still
I would expect her to.
Space. As a father, you're still her safe space. Because if that man is beating on her, she's going to come back to you because she knows you're her safe space. You're always her safe space.
He's not beating, but he's not beating on her. He's not beating on her.
Your relationship is different from your relationship with anybody else. With your daughter, daughter is supposed to have a safe space.
Hold on. I don't want to go back and forth on that because I want to get Paolo in there. So HQ is basically saying, if you're a safe space to somebody else, they get to destroy your peaceful space. That's basically what she's saying. Paolo, go ahead, brother.
It's difficult for me to understand where HQ and either man comes from. It's almost as if we negated our involvement as parents, and especially as fathers. We're the disciplinary, right? And we offer and counsel things of standards right from the get. And we offer the safe space to our children in the sense of, you know where I stand in terms of life and how I conduct myself. Go out into the world and emulate the same thing. Should you deviate from that, you are no longer recognized nor afforded the safe space that I give you as a father. Now go and enjoy. Have we negated all of that? Have we just said, children, grow up, be free, be wild, come back to me, be safe, and I'm going to make sure that whatever it is that we do, it's going to remain within here. we have an obligations to ourselves, and not only that, to the people that we have relationship with. In this manner, this father has a relationship not only with his daughter, but his daughter's husband. There is also a code, man to man. Should I offer you my daughter, I respect you as another man to take on that responsibility. And if my daughter has impeded your ability to protect and provide, I have an obligation to you to tell you, you are going to be hindered because your relationship is built on a lie. And I will take that to my grave. The daughter's actions, I will take that to my grave. Unfortunately, this is what a lot of people don't understand.
No, I hear you, Paolo. Let me ask HQ this way, right? HQ, let's say you have two children, a son and a daughter. They're both grown, right? Twins. Your son is a multi-millionaire that leaves $2 million in a safe. Everybody in the family has access to that safe, right? Your daughter steals the $2 million out the safe. She tell you, Dad, I'm taking this money. Just don't tell my brother this, okay? I'm telling you in the safe space. He ain't gonna know who did it, but I need this money, right? How do you then operate? Do you do when you go see your son, you look him in the face, Dad, my $2 million is gone. Who did this to me? How do you respond?
They both have equal weight. To me, they both have equal weight, which would mean I would tell him that she took it.
So y'all don't know, man.
My son-in-law doesn't have equal weight like the child that I raised. Period.
And that's where
I told you that at the beginning when we started talking. They don't have the same weight.
So you agree when men become stepfathers, they should treat their child better than the stepchild. Agree? Yes.
I don't understand the scenario.
You do, and you just realize you.
Damn,
really
Aaron, that's a good question.
No, I don't. How does that relate to? Wait a minute, hold on. How does that?
I'll
that's
help
a
you.
child.
I'll help
that's
you.
A child. This is.
That's a child.
Yes, these are. That is a child. She is a grown adult. Your daughter is a grown adult.
Let me tell you why I'm really good at this. You're using your experience of the children that you raised, which makes them equal weight. Well, they're adults now.
But you vowed, but you vowed to treat, but you vowed to take them on as legally. You vowed to take them on as one of your own children. I didn't vow to take on a man as my son-in-law.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
I
don't. They don't have the same weight. They just don't have the same weight because these are adults. Those are children. Those are two totally different things. Children, I'm responsible for. I'm not responsible for that adult man. I'm not responsible for him.
Actually, it's more weight.
I'm responsible for my child that I gave birth to.
Actually, it's more weight.
That child when they're adults. When they're children, I'm totally responsible for them, regardless of whether they're my stepchildren or my regular children. I'm totally responsible for them, but I'm not responsible for a grown-ass guy that my daughter married. Are you serious? How does that relate? I'm confused.
Actually, it's more weight because the man that's your son-in-law is responsible for leading your daughter now.
That's not how women think.
He replaces me.
Well,
more weight.
Hold on, Double A. She said that's not how women think. Allow her to expound on that. Go ahead, HU. That's not
how women think. We don't think we gave our daughter away. We don't think we gave our daughter away, and it's a big ceremonial thing that our daughter married the son. We don't think that way. Women don't think that way. We're not responsible. Well, I gave you a bad product. We don't think that way. You all are thinking my daughter cheated, so she's a bad product, so it falls on me. It's not a bad product. It's not. It doesn't fall on women. We don't have that option of saying we gave you a bad product. That's not what we do. That's not how women react. Women don't think because you cheated, you're a bad product. You all think that she's a bad product. I don't understand.
Can I offer some words here? Then we cannot
about men taking women back that cheated, wives back that cheated. By the way,
no, I'm saying he's saying why I don't feel the same responsibility for my child that he does that he gave away to a man.
Oh no,
women don't feel like that.
So wait. That's fair. And it's proven. Hold on, I got you, Paulo. 1 sec. You know me, 15-second hits. It's proven in this scenario because the mom know the information and she didn't operate. Right. The father got the information and he operated. So we know who stand on business and who don't. Paulo, it's on you, brother.
Yeah, so if we're going to make an argument that that's not how women think, we can make the same for the man. So therefore, we can't condemn him. We as men, and I think Aaron has made some great points of, if this man has been principled all his life and this little girl has grown up to see this man principled, then therefore you cannot condemn him because he thinks as such and act as such. You got no point to stand on when you're arguing against this man who's obviously been principled all his life, and now he's got to make it a pardon me, a decision based on his principles. Not only that, that daughter represented him. To Aaron, Big Aaron's credit. So technically you can't condemn this man no more.
I don't understand. Is that a conversation for me or not? I'm not condemning anybody. That's you all condemning her. I'm not. I would have reacted the same way the mother reacted. You told me you did something wrong. You acted up. What has been going on in your marriage since? I haven't cheated anymore, Mom.
Gotcha.
I was regretful. I did all of those things.
HQ, do you believe your son, the son is also your protection as well? Your son?
Yes.
Okay, so
my son, yeah.
I get it. So I get it. The biological twins, all this. So let me ask you this.
Right.
You have a son, 29 years old, college grad, basically studying medicine, is about to become a doctor, right? But one of the most successful people in your family, you raised him, right? He's yours. You meet his wife that he married. You're like, oh, I really like her. She's really dope. She tell you, look, I ain't gonna lie. 5 years ago, when he was working like late nights in med school, I cheated with this one guy, but it was a one-time thing. I never did it again. I know I was wrong. I will never do it again. I love your son. Okay, he's my family. How do you operate then?
Same way this mother operated. Same way she operated.
So the priority of your son, the one that you birthed, because you said you don't look at these, the man that came into the family like that. He came into the family but this is your son. He is your family, and this woman, she then came into the family, right? You still prioritize her safe space over.
No, I prioritize their marriage over my feelings.
Okay.
I prioritize their marriage over my feelings. You made the decision to do what you did. Son-in-law or daughter-in-law or whoever. You all made that decision. You came to me and you had an affair 4 years ago. Who am I to say that you have not repented with what you have done?
Great point.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying your marriage is your marriage.
Let me follow. That's fair. Let me follow up with this. If she ends up cheating again, let's just say she does. He catches her, right? They get into an argument. He's like, how many times have you cheated on me? I did it a couple times. I'm sorry. I even had this conversation with your mom. She told me never to do this. You told my mom?
Right.
My mom know about this? Are you okay with if your son finds out that you had prior knowledge and you never informed him of y'all no longer having a relationship? Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're going to say
absolutely, because it's better to be on the end of saying I knew as opposed to I threw the firecracker into the house. It's better to know the fallout than to be the person who threw the firecracker into the house. I'm not throwing a firecracker into anybody's house. I don't want them to throw a firecracker into my house. I'm not about to throw a firecracker into their house. If there's a fallout, I'll deal with the fallout. I'll be there to support the two parties. I'll be there to support each one of them. But I won't be the cause of their demise. I won't be the cause of their demise. So their relationship is going to rise.
Do you want me to take this to the extreme? Do you want me to take this to the extreme?
You got to build up to the extremes, right? You got to build up to that. You go because HQ out here, she doing what she do. So I mean, you go too crazy. You got to balance it out.
It's not too.
Go ahead.
Not too crazy. One of the leading causes of self-deletion is relationship breakup. What if your son self-deletes after knowing that his mother has betrayed him? Will you sit with your moral conscience and say, I did the right thing?
I would see. I don't turn back.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't turn back.
That's
So
fair.
yeah, because I can't regret things that I should have done. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. We got a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda on this planet. Okay, so why would I would feel guilt about it, but I still would do the same thing, simply because the fallout later on. I'll deal with the fallout later on. I won't deal with the consequences or of my actions of saying something. Right.
So I'm playing the video one more time for people that's coming in late so they understand what we discussing.
I, 55 male, have a daughter, 32 female, named Alice. She has been with Brian for 10 years and married for 4 of them. Alice recently told us that they were going to start trying for a baby. After a night out drinking, my wife and I were talking about potentially becoming grandparents, and my wife made a comment about Alice's marriage, which caught my attention. She said, "They've overcome a lot in the marriage, but then stopped yourself." I pressed her on what she meant, and finally she confessed that 1 year into the marriage, my daughter cheated with a coworker. Alice tearfully confessed this to my wife a week after it happened because she supposedly felt so guilty. She begged her mother not to say anything. I was blown away because I did not think Alice would ever do something like that. I'm not familiar with the details. I just know they slept together once. When I was a lot younger, I was with someone who cheated on me. I have zero tolerance for cheaters due to that, so I might be biased. Brian is also like a son to me. My wife asked me not to say anything. I decided then and there that either my daughter would have to confess or I would tell Brian. Not only do I think he has a right to know, I would never be able to interact with him again in a normal manner, knowing this secret. I would not keep the same secret if I found out Brian cheated on Alice. My wife was against me telling her that I knew, and I did end up having her come over the next day. It did not go well. She blew up at her mother for telling me. Then Alice yelled at me when I told her either she confesses or I am telling Brian. She said I would destroy her life if I did this, and she'd hate me. Well, I did end up telling Brian, and the fallout is tremendous. I think he is the a-hole.
So he did say he'd be consistent either way. If he got the information from either side, he'd tell him. He's consistent with that. I'm telling him.
Did he say that he said at the end, did he say he told and the fallout was tremendous? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And he did say that he was kind of biased because he was cheated on, right?
He said he could be biased because he has zero tolerance.
I believe he is biased. I believe
that's
he was
fine.
biased.
Most people are biased to their beliefs. Like
then he said then or there.
Most people are biased to their beliefs. That's the reason why they believe in it.
Right.
So that's
and then
common.
He said then or there. What was that? Then or there he what? That he would. What did he say? Then or there something? I forgot what he said. Then or there.
I'll play it again because since you okay with it, hearing how she cheated, we let her play it again.
I, 55 male, have a daughter, 32 female, named Alice. She has been with Brian for 10 years and married for 4 of them. Alice recently told us that they were going to start trying for a baby. After a night out drinking, my wife and I were talking about potentially becoming grandparents, and my wife made a comment about Alice's marriage, which caught my attention. She said, "They've overcome a lot in the marriage, but then stopped yourself." I pressed her on what she meant, and finally she confessed that 1 year into the marriage, my daughter cheated with a coworker. Alice tearfully confessed this to my wife.
And she cheated with a work husband too. And it was the work husband, HQ. Work husband.
Wait.
Week after it happened because she supposedly felt so guilty. She begged her mother not to say anything. I was blown away because I did not think Alice would ever do something like that. I'm not familiar with the details. I just know they slept together once. When I was a lot younger, I was with someone who cheated on me. I have zero tolerance for cheaters due to that, so I might be biased. Brian is also like a son to me. My wife asked me not to say anything. I decided then and there that either my daughter would have to confess or I would tell Brian. Not only do I think he has a right to know, I would never be able to interact with him again in a normal manner.
That's important. I would never be able to interact with him again in a normal manner. Okay.
And he decided then or there that he would blow up their marriage. No. He decided it would be okay for their marriage to be blown up. Okay.
Well, he decided that he ain't about to be a liar in somebody else's face that he don't believe he should be.
No, he decided that he knew see, here's the thing. You know the consequence. Everybody has actions on this planet. Everybody's action has your actions or what's going to happen if you do something like that. He knew what was going to happen when it happened. So therefore you want it to happen. If you do what you do, you want it to occur. Okay. He
Yes,
wanted
but-
that marriage to blow up.
He wants Brian to be in with his daughter under the context of honesty.
So did he believe they were going to be together, or did he know it was going to be a fallout?
Nobody
He knew it was
knows.
going to be a fallout.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows.
You thought they would do, and many men on this panel who say,
Mm-hmm.
I never forgive her for cheating. I'll never forgive her for doing that. You as a man don't understand that that's what's going to happen?
So I got plenty of videos that will tell you that men stay with women that cheated. Older ones, younger ones, Christian ones, I got both, right? So the point being still is, it's still their decision to make at the end of the day.
Right. My
But
point exactly is their decision to make, not dad's decision to make.
And he did not make a decision for them. He didn't. She made a decision. Do you see that's the difference you don't understand?
No, he made a decision. He made a decision to, you better tell, or I'm going to tell. She decided she wasn't going to tell.
Oh, so she
made a decision.
No, he asked her, hey, these are the options, not a decision. Learn the difference.
But
right?
you're not in a position to give her options.
Excuse you, angry lady. He said these are the options. He gave her 2 options. Look, you can tell him or I can tell him. What do you decide? I ain't telling him. So she actually made the decision. You see how that works? That's a decision.
That's not how that works.
Okay, tell me how it works.
He made the decision to tell. He could have decided that he wasn't going to tell. He could have decided that he was going to call her over and cuss her out all day and twice on Sunday, or every day, once a week, every day for a whole year. He could have decided that. But he decided that he knew what was better for their relationship than she did. And so therefore he spoke up, and the relationship blew up. See, that's the whole thing. You had a choice. He had a choice. Either she repents and she tells, and if she doesn't tell, I'm going to look at her differently, or I'm going to tell and I blow up her marriage, and she's going to look at me differently.
You know how you become a safe space for somebody, someone that is honest with integrity, right? You know what? I've never heard somebody, I picked safe spaces with the lies and cheaters. The safe space usually...
No. You don't get to pick the safe space. The daughter gets to pick the safe space.
So just hear me out.
You're her safe space.
Just hear me out, because you're not exactly sure. So normally people pick safe spaces with people with integrity and honesty that they respect. So wait, so you think people's safe spaces don't typically be people with some respectable characteristics and some honesty and things like that? You think they pick liars?
I think they pick people who they know won't tell. And that's why she told the mom.
Let me make sure I registered that properly. So y'all are actually misrepresenting him. For you and Edom Man to make y'all point, y'all lied about him having to be the safe space. The mom was the safe space, not the father. So he's actually not in the wrong, right? Is that the argument you're making?
She thought he was the safe space.
No. Now you're lying.
No. I'm not. She thought him and the mom were
No. This is me. Don't do that.
I am. I'm telling you what I think.
No. This is me.
You always say that if you're telling the mom, you're telling the dad. She thought she was telling a safe space between the two of them.
Y'all bunch of liars. It don't work on me.
Did we not just say that you telling the mom is the same as telling the dad?
If we go back, no. If we go back in this video alone, we'll go back to a space of you saying that's why she told the mom instead of the dad. Don't play. This is me.
So how did the dad find out?
Yo.
The mom. The safe space.
Who you love?
I'm telling you how it is.
I got grace. I got grace for you.
Hold on. Y'all said telling the mom, she got into it with her mom. Who knows? Maybe she would have told the dad. Who knows? That is not a part of the situation. That's not a part of the scenario. The scenario is we told mom. She expected a safe space with her mom. So if she expected a safe space with her mom, she never thought this was going to come back on her and somebody was going to betray her like her dad
Fair. No. The dad did not betray her.
Yes, he did.
Right.
No, he didn't.
Hell,
Wait,
the
by
fuck
her
you?
logic, mom did because she ran the tapes to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
So they both run. So they both betrayed.
No,
their
ain't
daughter.
no
No,
both.
no,
Stop doing. No, ain't
Dad
no
is off the
both.
hook.
Right. No one betrayed no one.
The expectation was that dad is going to tell. That's why the daughter didn't tell him.
We don't know that. That's your assumption.
Why would the mom keep it from dad for 3 years?
Right.
Because that's another problem we haven't addressed.
Because she could be softer on him.
But mom
She could just
knew
be
it
softer
wasn't
on
a safe space. Okay, mom knew it wasn't a safe space, but she told anyway. Mom knew it wasn't safe to tell dad, but she told anyway. But the daughter thought it was a safe space because she never heard anything about it until 5 years down the line. She hears some shit out of the wind from dad.
It's amazing how all the indictments go to dad, but we have a cheating daughter and a tape running mom.
I didn't say it was, we're not talking about whether this is morally right for the daughter or not. That's not the question. The question is this the dad's business to tell someone that his daughter cheated and blow the marriage up? That is the question.
He's not blowing the marriage up. He's respecting. He's respecting the institution of marriage. You were married. In a marriage, there are no secrets. Okay. He's not making a decision of fate of the marriage. That's up to the husband and wife. But what he is doing is ensuring that the husband can make a well-informed decision. He's not advising them either way, but he is respecting the bylaws, principles, the very foundation, the fundamentals of marriage, and that there are no secrets.
I think y'all cap. I think this is bullshit. I think if it was your son and your son came to you and said, I messed up and I need your counsel, Dad. I need you just listen to me and not be mean to me and do something wild and outrageous to me, you would keep your son's counsel. I believe that is the way it would be.
You're wrong.
I'm harder on my son than my daughter.
You're wrong, HQ, and let me tell you why.
See, men cheat all the time. Y'all said, man, what can we accept that's unacceptable? Cheating. So therefore, that means it's okay for you guys for men to cheat. So therefore, I don't believe you when you say
no one's making that argument unless we're pulling from outside conversation. No one is making the argument that it's all right for men to cheat in this conversation.
Yeah. So HQ. Oh, my bad, Paolo. Finish your thoughts.
Additional to that, your example doesn't include the counsel of a father. These are men who are just doing actions without even counseling their fathers. So that doesn't make sense in this analogy.
And what makes it even worse is, see, men, just like women know who their safe space is. I'm going to go to my mama because my dad, he don't play. Just like the kid know which one to ask for ice cream. Men know, yo, if I tell my dad that this is how he going to respond. We ain't shocked. We ain't like, oh, my God. I can't believe he's responding this way. We know what we getting because my dad don't play. My dad said on principle, right or wrong, if I did this and I tell my dad, he gonna like, you know you wrong, right? And you got to be a man and handle that. We know what we getting. So that's why this is why women have friends with men. Most time women have a relationship with a guy and they're like, we really, really get friends. It's because that guy is one of the most honest people that she's ever met in her life. She like, man, he's so honest with me. It's such a breath of fresh air to get an honest person around me, okay? So I'm just trying to tell you, that's just how it actually works. I'm the Mr. Honesty. I'm that guy. All my friends, look, I want to hear the truth. I came to see you. I had these conversations all the time. Yeah, I talk to that, but I'm talking to you. I want the experience I get for talking to you. I understand what comes with that. If I have a conversation with AA, then I tell AA, I'm like, look, this will happen. I know, but I got to tell you, he going to tell me straight. You know you're wrong for this, right? You know you got to go tell the truth. That's how we stand on this. I know what I'm getting. So if I go to my mom, it's because my mom going to allow me to get away with it and not hold me accountable. And I feel better because I got it out, but I didn't actually atone for my situation, which is fine. You pick your poison. If we go to men, we know what to expect from them. That's just the difference. That's why y'all know not to do that. And they would go to you, HQ, because you said, nah, I wouldn't do that. We don't see no difference. That ain't my kid. That ain't the same. I'm her safe. Men don't really do too much with this safe space stuff. What we do with honor, accountability, respect stuff. When did this say? We don't know. There's no safe places for us. Ain't nowhere safe for us. We get clipped up on the internet, attacked, all destroyed, everything. We always under attack. I ain't looking for no safe space. I'm looking for an honest place. I'm looking for somebody to keep it real with me 100% of the time. And if my dad even dared to deviate from what he normally do in honor, I would lose respect for him because he teach me this way. He taught me, no matter if it's you, son, no matter if it's your what, my mom, this is what it is. If you change from that, it's going to be a problem. Sorry, that's just how the men move, okay?
I don't believe you. Human nature is a whole different animal than standing on principle. And a lot of men, it's a small portion that.
Thank you for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. We have reached the conclusion. Now, HQ, next time you need some help, okay? It wasn't enough today, okay? I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. It was a fun show, but no, it ain't going to work, okay? I've reached my time limit. I appreciate all the support throughout the show, but I think y'all seen the work. Now, it's up to everybody else to push the conversations forward, okay? I'm going to read a couple of these super chats that came in before we get up out of here. Grizz says, I thought morals and honors were standard in grandmothers. Shannon Sharp grandmother is one of my favorites. But honestly, that's a dying breed. These women these days don't stand on no business. That's why other women mad at them. That's why they tell you, if we all just make the man pull up their pants from sagging and thugging on the block, they will act right. You know what the women will say? You right, but there's always going to be some woman that don't make them do it. They don't stand on no business, okay? Grizz says, giving women unlimited validation was the worst thing we ever did in society. No, nobody can or should get validation for every single thing in their life. That's sickness. Anyone can be wrong. Anyone can say, do, or feel the wrong thing. It's over, okay? Y'all got to talk to HQ about that. JJ Carvel, shout out to you, brother. He was a sponsor of the last show. I appreciate you. Says, how are you more disappointed in the dad telling than the daughter cheating? You know the answer to that. The reason why is because if she was to do that, she'll want to get out of jail free card as well, okay? Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see how the rest of this weekend goes, all right? Y'all turn y'all notifications on because y'all getting to the shows late. I work, and then y'all pull up and y'all like, what's going on? And we just got here. Get on time, okay? Appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all leave a like and a comment after the show, okay? It would be much appreciated because I need all the help to stay in the algorithm. Otherwise, they're going to dump me out of it because I'm not consistent at a consistent time on a consistent day as necessary because the things that I do here requires a level of desire to get here and work and do what we do here on the Aaron O Show. Outside of that, I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see you on the next show. Until then, we